cradle of civilization, Union still seeks to unite the human diaspora. But now, an edict, long since forgotten, can be heard again, scream from beyond the stars. Will humanity hear? Will we understand? For now, only one thing is certain. Our Lancers will respond when the Starcriers fly.
Hello, and welcome back to RPGs Uncovered, where the cameras are still messed up again.
Jesus Christ.
That's a joke for my cast here, because I've set these cameras up 3 different times already. I will get these worked out, probably while everybody introduces themselves, so bear with me. Hopefully everything else is working, sound and whatnot. If it is not, do let me know, and I will work on it. All right. So, first off, apologies for starting late. There were a lot of tech gremlins that popped up, tech gremlins that I previously threw out the airlock, but they did the alien thing where they clung onto the bottom of the ship and climbed their way back inside. So I rounded them all up again and threw them out the airlock. Hopefully they'll stay out in the void this time. So, not flustered at all, we're gonna get this started. I'm going to try to keep this short so we can jump right into the game, seeing as we've lost some time here and we got a lot to do. It's gonna be a fun episode. Let's see, a few things to shout out. First and foremost, one of the ways that I like to give back to my players, because the cast here, they give so much already, so much narrative gold, so much time in production and creativity meetings before we've done all this, plus dedication, time, and of course all of their incredible talent. So you can help me help them, support them, by going down to the Mayhem meter, which is available over on Twitch. I don't know if I have it set up on YouTube or not, but if you're on Twitch, head over to the About section, scroll down just a bit, and there is the Mayhem meter. Every $50 triggers some crazy mayhem that will happen. I have something real great planned for this episode or next episode, whenever it happens. So if we can get to $50, in today's episode or next week, I got some real crazy stuff that could happen. I'm really looking forward to it. And anything we gather through the Mayhem meter itself goes straight back to the cast, split up evenly, depending on, how many episodes and your whatnot, whole thing. But goes straight back to the cast. None of that gets banged for the channel. So if you want to support the channel itself, so we can get stuff like artwork and extra production value and musicians and stuff like that, you can head over to the Ko-Fi, where we have a lot of extra behind-the-scenes content. Well, at least a lot of behind-the-scenes content that is coming. We have our first after show already up there. I'm working on character dossiers. I'm working on all kinds of stuff that will get up there, and I will let you know more about that when that drops, and you can learn about that and other things RPGs Uncovered related over on our socials. We're on most of them. Also come hang out on the Discord. I think that's enough of me blathering on, so let me throw it over to my players to introduce themselves while I figure out these cameras one more time. Let's see. Do you remember your order?
I think I went first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, I'm Sean. He, him. Tonight I am going to be playing August Walker, who is our, well, he's the straight guy, it seems like, so far. Hacker slash sniper, also he, him. Yeah, he just likes to shoot stuff and shut things down. So
What vibe?
Awesome. Awesome.
I think Haley was next.
I think
Haley.
that's me. I'm like 90%
Yeah.
sure. Okay, cool. Hey, howdy, hi. I'm Haley. They, them, and I am playing Siobhan or Shiv to only my friends. I also go by Bite as my call sign, and Shiv is she, they. But yeah, kind of hacker with a not great attitude in general, but we're having fun. We're having a great time. Um it's fine. No, it's okay. My besties are here, right? We love our besties, and that one guy that we all hate together. It's great. But yeah, anyways.
Someone
Next
just
is me.
mentioned. Hang on, someone mentioned the Tech Goblins got audio.
The Tech
in the
Gremlins
chat.
got audio. Okay. See, that's
Again.
interesting
I me-
because I'm seeing
I've seen
Discord sound.
captions.
We're seeing captions. We're seeing Discord. I'm seeing Discord sound on OBS. Seeing
I've seen
Discord sound.
captions.
Okay.
We're seeing
I'm hearing
captions.
it
We're
when
seeing
I turn on
Discord. I'm
the
seeing
Twitch.
Discord
I'm
sound
sorry,
on
I just wanted
OBS.
to point it out because I saw someone mention it.
Yeah,
Chat.
I'm hearing you guys.
Huh.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think we're good.
That's
Yeah, I
weird.
hear it
All right,
fine on Twitch.
let's just double check. All right, it's me next.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Q. Let's just double check. All right, him. It's me. Tonight I am playing Logan Uhura, call sign Desperado. Also, he, him. He is a mid-range. He's got lots of guns. And the plan is to go pew pew.
Pew pew pew.
Excellent, excellent. All right.
Okay.
All right. I've confirmed we got sound.
right.
At least on the Twitch side. I don't know about YouTube. I will check that in a second. We got captions. I fixed the captions. That's
Oh.
another thing we fixed. Yeah, what's up?
So the person in the chat said everyone but you.
All but me. Okay, that's even weirder because I'm definitely seeing my microphone in OBS. Let me confirm on Twitch because there's a delay. I can hear myself on Twitch, and let me throw
In
some
general,
things
but
open
we're having fun.
on
We're having a great
YouTube.
time.
YouTube is
It's
quite
fine.
delayed. Wow, YouTube is really
no, it's
delayed.
okay. My besties are here, right? We love our besties, and that one guy.
Well, because it's so delayed, I'm not going to wait on it. If you are on YouTube and you can't hear me, I'm sorry. I'll figure it out for next week. Do head over to Twitch if you can. But everything on my side says that I'm working, so we're gonna keep going. Yeah, there may have been some quick vocal overlaps because I was confirming vocals through a browser source, which may have been picked up. I think we're good. I think we're good. These tech gremlins, guys. Everything was working last week. I don't understand.
They like
All
to
right.
hide in
I feel like this
crevices.
is just a great time to acknowledge tech people in media.
Overlaps because I was
your
confirming
sound people,
vocals.
your light, your stage, your everything. Thank them,
Yes.
please.
For sure.
Always.
They do so much.
They do so much.
Okay. So give it like a minute from when you hear me saying this, and let me know if there are still problems, just to make sure it's not a delay sort of thing. I think that's everything. Shout out to Andrew, that gamer Ajax, who unfortunately is not with us today. Everyone, wish him well. He's just resting and recuperating. Everything's good. We should be back with the full cast next week. Myself, hello, I'm Jack. If you're familiar with the channel, you've seen me on a lot of things and on a lot of different channels. I mostly use he, him pronouns, so that works for me. All right, let's see. One more shout out. I need to give one more shout out to our sponsor, one of our potential sponsors for this show, Veil of the Void Reforged, a fantastic sci-fantasy TTRPG. Stick around for the intermission when I will tell you more about that. For now, I think we should get into this.
Also, just very quickly, hi, I'm Lion.
Did we skip you?
He. Yes.
Oh no. Oh.
It's okay, it happens. I know we're trying to rush through it.
Okay,
Hi, I'm Lion.
sorry.
They, he. I will be all good. I will be playing John Tavik Creighton Vasier Harrison, the fourth, who is he, they.
That's why we skipped you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
There.
All right. Fantastic. Yeah.
Fucking guy.
Yeah. Now, see, I heard your voice because you pointed out the voice problem, so I'm like, okay, line's spoken.
Mhm.
We're all good.
No, I feel you.
All right. Well, about an hour after we were supposed to start, let's actually jump into today's episode of the Starcrier Conflict. We pick up, not on the station. We pick up in darkness. There's no stars around. We're not in space. Lights flicker on. In that very sterile, mechanical overhead, not fluorescent. Fluorescent? I don't know. Those big pane lights you get in industrial settings, starships and whatnot. And we are looking down into a cryo bay. We see a number of these cryopods lined up next to each other. Probably a good 2-3 dozen of them. Most of them filled, not all of them. We will pan across them as we see some faces we aren't familiar with, and, of course, the faces of these, well, 5, even though Andrew is not here to represent Blacksmith, these 5 Lancers that we are following specifically for our story. We hear the hiss of air and atmosphere as the seals crack open and the life support fades out from these pods. There's that spray of atmosphere, lights flicker on within the pods, and the doors open up. And laying in these pods, the groggy, cryogenically revived forms of our Lancers slowly come to. And over the intercom of this dropship we are on, if you remember from last episode, we hear, "Attention personnel, we are currently decelerating from near light, approaching the Drespel system. Deceleration will complete in 56 hours, 14 minutes. Lancers, please gather in the conference room at 1650 hours. The message repeats, and it repeats a few times as you all come to consciousness after nearly 9 months in cryostasis. A short amount of time compared to, well, the spinning of the galaxy outside of the relativistic effects of traveling at near light speeds. For everybody else, it's been about 7 years. Let me start off asking, how do you guys wake up? How are you
Mad
guys
as
doing?
hell. God, waking up is the worst. Viv is not a morning person to begin with, but then to wake up out of cryo sleep of all things is the worst. I feel like they tumble out of bed for a good portion of it, or still only half awake. Do you think they could make that voice any more annoying?
Probably.
I'm just kind of sitting up and stretching and rolling the shoulders. I guarantee we could find someone more annoying for that.
I think perfectly timed with this is the slapping of like the feet against the metal like flooring as Tavik just sort of sits up. There's no stretching. There doesn't seem to be any grogginess. He seems to be completely aware of his surroundings and without issue here. And he just sort of looks back at the rest of you and arches a brow a bit.
You're really
Yeah,
just
I mean-
gonna like raw dog it, just barefoot.
Well, I find that my feet get cramps if I wear boots in stasis. So I do what I can to avoid the aches and the pains when I get up. It's a learned skill.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, you can probably see that those who are more familiar with this form of travel have gone pure alien movie on this and are down in their standard issue military skivvies as they get out of cryosleep.
Havoc 100%.
Yeah, I feel like August, when he gets up, you can see it's like a very tight-fitted black t-shirt and shorts, like almost like bike shorts looking stuff. Mm-hmm. And he's just it's too early for your shit, Havoc. He's gonna climb out and start heading to where the rest of his crap is, slowly waking up his data plating and connections and such, so he can contact Kitsune and make sure everything's the way it's supposed to be.
Logan takes just a few moments longer, mostly because while he was assured that he could, he does not wear his prosthetic in cryosleep. So there's a moment where he taps the side of his chamber, and there's a little compartment where his prosthetic leg is. And so he attaches that and then hops out of the chamber to join the rest of his fellow Lancers.
Havoc is wearing similarly those very tight, very short, like bike shorts, compression shorts, nothing else, and does not seem to be in a rush to otherwise get his clothes on. But the first thing,
big t-shirt and flannel pants, like your weird science fiction bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm confident.
Hell yeah, he goes. And the first thing he does is reattach the pad to his arm, and similarly to Solitaire, begin to reestablish the link with his own data plating.
All right. Now, Starblood, remind me, you don't have an NHP, do you?
No.
No. Solitaire, however, you get on your own personal comms. Good morning, Solitaire. Local time is 13:47 hours. Have you rested well?
Oh, about as well as anyone rests in cryo, I suppose. It's nice and dreamless, and you just sort of wake up one day. How's any issues on the trip over that I should know about?
Epithet is as you left them. All systems nominal. I have recorded no intrusions.
Fantastic. Did you have some opportunity to study or read some stuff while you were waiting for me?
As the GM, I will ask you, did you give them very specific instructions?
I mean, I would have provided like probably a number of files of different things. It's Solitaire, so a number of it would have been like engineering stuff, manuals, things on different ship layouts and different mech designs and all this stuff. But he probably would have snuck in a couple of like novels as well, and just been like, read this as you will, give you something to do while I'm sleeping.
Yes, manuals, schematics, and literature have been committed to memory for recall upon your notice.
That's fantastic. Well, I hope you learned something from it, and I think I'm gonna go take a shower, and suppose we'll be getting to it here fairly soon.
I will be here when you need me.
Alrighty.
So, yes, this is, I believe, a student class NHP.
Correct.
About the lowest form NHP you can have. It's about as smart as a talking gerbil. So, very specific instructions. I mean, maybe a beagle. Maybe not a gerbil, but like a talking beagle.
I do.
But hopefully
That
Kitsune will grow and evolve as the rest of our Lancers do. So, according to Kitsune, you have an hour and a half and change, something around there, to get yourself acclimated, go take a shower, get some food in you. It's been 9 months, and the only thing you've had coursing through your body is nutrient sludge. So you might want
we ain't.
something.
Yeah, we want something a little better than that. We want some grits or some biscuits and gravy. I don't know.
So I imagine there is a quick montage of 90s cable appropriate bathing and getting ready scenes, and see you guys at the table all together eating your chow when you get the notification on your tablets or whatnot that it is time to. Or let me ask first: is there anything of immediate importance that you would want to make sure you do? Because you're probably gonna be launching soon. There's gonna be a briefing, and then you're probably gonna launch.
I would like to check in on my squad, make sure that they're up and ready to go, and then find the least abhorrent nutrient sludge that I can intake for now. Actually, I think instead of that, I'd like to say that if it's okay, Tavik has packed a couple of his protein powder things that he mostly exists on, and is instead making himself one of those as he contacts.
I will say this ship does have a small mess hall. You guys aren't the only ones on this ship. They didn't send you out here in a steel coffin to be, cryo sleep jettisoned for 9 months. There is an actual skeleton crew of actual starship crew for this transport. So they have a small mess hall that's serving continental breakfast or whatever. It's not great, but it's not nutrient sludge.
I think I would prefer to stick with my protein.
All right. You can make yourself one of them.
Maybe a piece of fruit, if they have it.
Your own cryo storage for a few pieces of fruit. Yeah. Yes, you can get in contact with Jiri, Lich, and Hotjaw, and they all report back that, and they don't need to report back. They meet up with you, and you probably spend your chow time before the briefing hanging out with them instead of these 4 jackasses. I mean, according to you, them, and the rest of your Lancer crew, it's been about 20 minutes since you last spoke to Commander Leary. Or 9 months, however you choose to perceive passage of time. Or, again, 7 years. Time's a little wibbly-wobbly in relativistic space. But, I think Hajiri, Lisbeth Azamalaki, your significant other, does come over, greet you, make sure you are well, and does actually take a little to-go tray of food and is going to personally inspect the squad's frames before they drop.
I think there's a moment as they arrive and are in the space together where the two of them just have this almost silent moment. Their eyes meet, and this isn't anything they've not done before. He knows where she's going, and he's just mentally getting ready. His focus is clearly more on where he is and what he's doing than anything else right now. But before she walks off, he reaches out and he grabs her hand for a moment, and he goes, "Take care of him."
Oh, I will.
I know.
Nothing but peak condition.
Always.
She'll squeeze your hand affectionately before she walks off. With that, we will hear the announcement to gather in the conference room once more. You all file out of the mess hall. A few others join from various other parts of the ship. Maybe some people went to the gym, maybe some people went to... You guys don't have actual quarters because you have cryopods, but there's you know, again, sci-fi standard issue unisex locker room that everybody can hang out in. And you all gather and make your way to the conference room, which is actually, interestingly enough, it's a holographic chamber. There is, of course, holography. There's a nice big desk, and again, a podium for the CAG, or in this case, the hologram of Commander Ronica Leary. You all file in as the two point squads, U5, or I should say U4, plus Blacksmith and our 3 NPCs, Lich, Hajiri, and Hotjaw, will gather at the front. There's a desk for you, but probably another dozen and a half Lancers back there who are, you know, standing room only. The hologram turns on. The hard light projection of Commander Ronica Leary projects center stage, as it were, behind this podium. And, I mean, it's a hologram, so you can't get 100% detail, but it's fairly good, really. And even though it's been 7 years, you don't see a lot of change from Commander Leary. Uniform still looks the same. Of course, it is standard issue Navy uniform. The hair, her hair is still done up in the same tight bun, same as it was 7 years ago for her, same as it has been since you've been part of Far Station 12. And at least, again, from this hologram, you don't see any new lines or creases on her face. In addition to her own hologram, the wall lights up behind her with a number of tactical readouts, long flowing display of various tactical data, positioning data, all kinds of stuff, and all of this is being forwarded to your personal pads. There is also a projector at the center of the table that lights up into, at first, an overlay of the Drespol system, and you see that tiny little red dwarf star there. Did I say red dwarf, or is this large dwarf? It's a cold red star at the center of this solar map. And 5 planets. The back 3 quite distant, and the hologram zooms in until you get to Drespol 1, this small, mostly rocky planet orbiting quite close, quite tightly to this red star. And that is your destination. And if you would like, I have plugged this into Foundry, so you can head over to the Journal tab and find some journal entries. There is a journal entry on Commodore Newton Riley, and the journal entry for our Drespol 1 rescue and recovery mission. For the audience, I will be reading the briefing here verbatim. The information on Newton Riley we may get as they explore more, and if not, that's part of the NPC dossiers that may show up on our Ko-Fi. That will show up on our Ko-Fi. So you get a bunch of information being thrown to your personal data pads. And the hologram of Commander Leary stands up in front of this podium. Good morning, as it were, Lancers. I hope you all had a restful 30 seconds of sleep in your cryostasis. I have been told that you are on approach in deceleration to Drespol 1 now. It should take approximately 56 hours, 14 minutes before you are ready for orbital deployment. You have that time to go over this information and to perform any local reconnaissance you would like. The transport you are using has relatively sophisticated sensors, better than your mechs are equipped with. You may be able to gather some more information, however, that may prove difficult. let me clarify. We have gained more information since the initial briefing. For you, not long ago. For myself, 7 years. So let's begin. I will reiterate. Drespel 1, is a mostly rocky planet with a thin atmosphere and surface temperature just within human safety limits. It is surrounded by a thin ring of water ice and boasts a single large moon. There is one other planetoid on the far edge of the Drespel system. That must have been from an earlier draft. There are 4 other planetoids within the Drespel system, none of which are currently inhabited to any large degree, as far as we are aware. The Drespel star is an unremarkable red dwarf. Drespel 1 is only extraordinary for its relatively dense and easily accessible pockets of various tantalum ores. About 50 years ago, the planet was colonized by an independent mining consortium made up of ex-cosmopolitans, known at that time as Welker, Ash, and Croxley. Since that time, Drespel 1 has become a small but rapidly growing supplier of the ever-important tantalum. I will stress that this is, on top of the value of human life, an important strategic resource for the Union Navy in this sector of space. Now, roughly 7 years ago, Galactic Standard Time, Drespel 1 sent out an emergency distress signal over the OmniNet. This is what we gathered about 7 years ago, or 9 months, or about 20 minutes, depending on your perspective. Since the initial attack, distress signal over the OmniNet. The signal relayed that the planet was under attack by suspected pirate forces. The signal was cut off a short time later. But not before collecting and transmitting initial satellite data and intercepted communications. This data indicated the attack was being led by one Commodore Newton Riley, utilizing a highly aggressive, to the point of recklessness, assault tactic likely responsible for the signal's abrupt cessation. After a 7-year journey to the Drespel system, you will be decelerating from near sea on approach to Drespel 1. Since the initial attack, the Union Navy has gathered more information and dispatched a nearby patrol vessel for long-range recon. The initial identification of Newton Riley and his privateer gang, previously known as the Red Flotilla, was only partially correct. Findings indicate that the initial attack was indeed larger and more organized than previous Red Flotilla activities. It now appears that Newton Riley is in command of a new mercenary group likely made up of members from a larger coalition of mercenary groups and independent colonists from further in the rim. Updated intelligence and recommendations are as followed. Again, the hologram zooms in to Drespel 1. You can see a number of satellites orbiting the planet. We zoom in past the ice ring, of course past the moon that was mentioned. We see this orbital network of satellites, some of them blinking red, some of them blinking green. There's a lot of information on here that is being parsed straight to your pad for further processing later. Commander Leary continues. The force which attacked Drespel 1 appears to be much larger and better equipped than initial estimates. They might also have brought or since been supplied with additional troops, gear, and, most importantly, printers. Expect a greater defensive force than initially expected. Long-range recon suggests an effort to repair and build up defensive fortifications. Electromagnetic spectrometry suggests that a new electronic warfare defense grid is in place over the newly converted Pirate HQ. A direct orbital drop is not advised. Instead, we recommend a shallow descent vector outside of this network and an attempt to ingress beneath the majority of sensor sweeps. Detection and targeting will be inevitable as you approach the facility, however, and a circuitous descent could confuse the initial defensive deployments enough for forces to land and approach on ground without specific detection. Once the attack begins, time will be a factor. The longer it takes to secure the pirate HQ and apprehend or eliminate the leadership, the more likely it is that local forces will overwhelm your assault team. Once the leadership is dealt with, however, it is likely that additional forces will be too disorganized to mount an effective counterattack or insurgency. Union Navy forces and aid shipments are due to reach Drespel within the next few months. Any remaining pirate forces can be dealt with by then, assuming your mission is successful. That is all the current information that we have on Drespel 1, the pirate attack, and our recommendation for your tactics and strategy. I recommend again that you take the time and sensor suites of the transport to do your own reconnaissance, whatever you may be able to. Any questions? Good. I leave you all to look over the data, to form your own plans and tactics as you were, though do take the advice of our own tacticians. We hope to hear from you within, well, hopefully within the next few days, Galactic Standard Time. Good luck, Lancers. We'll see you back at Far Station 12, hopefully in about another 7 years. And the hologram cuts off, at least of Commander Leary. You hear some murmuring from the various red shirts in the back, and unless any of you stands up and tries to take command of this this strategy meeting, most of the nameless, faceless mooks in the background will disperse and wait for probably Starblood as leader of the secondary support force to issue actual proper commands. Until then, the 8 of you, this 4 Lancer squad, Starblood, and his 3 on his squad, have time to remain, look over the data, strategize, link into the ship's sensors and Omninet. What would you like to do before we drop? We got about, somewhere around 2 days and change.
I would like to link in. I want to check the sensors.
I'll be doing the same.
Anything specific?
I want to start with lay of the land. See what parts outside of wherever we're trying to get into, like what that looks like as far as paths to get in or places to fall back to.
Okay. Starblood, is that about what you were looking for?
Partially. I wanted to look for recent activity, what the hottest spots are for where movement's been found, how much time things are spending in those particular sectors and zones, to get a good idea of where their focus is, what they are doing now, what they were doing recently, and if that's changed at all, so that we can try and parse out why.
Okay. So for that, you do have limited information, real-time information. You can look back at the information being processed by your pad, and it looks like the recon ship they sent came and went over 2 years ago. They stuck around for a couple days, scanned the area, but have long since moved on. And that is the last, data packet that you have received since decelerating into solar orbit of Drespel.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Then I'm sorry.
You can spend, if you want, you can spend the entirety of the next 2 days just, looking over this and trying to see what they are immediately right now doing, but that's going to be information that you're accumulating over the next 2 days.
That's going to be important because that we need to know how, what they're doing. I definitely want to see if they have patrols, which I'm sure Starblood was also going to be looking into.
Correct.
Also want to find out actual structures, the target we're going to hit. Like is this a really hard target? Are we talking bunker type stuff? What kind of thing are we looking at there? That's another thing we need to find out.
Also, since we're going to be looking at current information and then 2 years ago, what I would like to do is I'd like to cross-reference the two to again see where they were, where we see them moving now, if there is a difference in that, and how much of a difference, because that will tell us important targets, threats, or other pieces of information over time as we go.
All right.
That's what we're going to be doing the same thing, of
Oh,
course.
Yes.
Of course.
All right.
That's okay. I'm sure one of us will miss some things and the other one will miss some things, and together we'll get all the information. You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Well,
I will say, sorry, real quick. I will say, when it comes to just like the details and the data, there's no attitude from Logan. He's just like, hey, these are the facts. Hey, this is what I'm seeing. Oh, did you see that? It's just a back and forth. Very cool, very calm, very chill.
So you don't get that from Starblood. Your primary point of contact will probably be I'll get these names. It's not Hotjaw, it's the Lich. Your primary point of contact will be Lich, but it's clear from at least how some of the information is written and sent that it is coming directly from Starblood.
Sure.
Yeah, but there's very little direct communication. If you send stuff to him, that's great. I don't know that he'll respond immediately, but anything you send to him, you will get responses from Lich with what are clearly his insights and his thoughts, and going from there.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay, I will try to answer all those questions, and those are all excellent tactical questions. In order to not bog us down into Shadowrun levels of run planning, I'm going to attempt to keep this brief so that we can actually get on to our mission, but I do love the foresight and questioning. So, the first problem you run into is one that they detected 2 years ago. They have, and what Commander Leary already mentioned, they have set up a localized jamming field and electronic warfare facility rather close to where you are supposed to be targeting. So there's not a lot of EM coming out of there. You can use this transport's actual, visible light spectrum sensors to be able to physically look at the planets, but that's about the only EM you are getting from this probably, well, where you are dropping. I'm not going to put a number on it because hex size and distance gets wibbly-wobbly in Lancer. But within the area that is most important to you, it's just a lot of static. Prior to that, however, you do know that there was a... that was basically the headquarters of WAC. What was it? Welker, Ash, and Croxley. It's anarchology. It's not built to be a military facility. It is not a bunker. It's built sturdy enough to survive, a rough frontier sort of planet, though with a low atmosphere. It doesn't really have that much wear and tear it needs to worry about. So it's probably not a hardened target any more than a traditional terrestrial building would be. And it looks to be probably a few stories tall, at least, above ground. Anything below ground, you're not entirely sure about. Probably a basement, if not more. You also see from prior records, even prior from 2 years ago, the general layout of the area. And I will say that jamming field doesn't encompass the entirety of the mining complex here, but you are going to be dropping into a pit mining complex, combination pit mine and shaft mining complex. You can see initially it looked like there were only 2 pit mines, one that was, of course, getting larger and larger, and the other one that looked like it was fairly new. From your current, you can tap into, again, optical sensors. You can see that there looks to be 3 of these pit mines now, and a third area that looks like it is being initially staged for, if not another pit mine, to be used as a mass collection area. So it does look like they are using and expanding these tantalum mining operations. There is also a number of service roads that run between these pit mines. Of course, these pit mines being those terraced pits. The largest one, it's hard to tell again, optical sensors, several hundred feet down, however, and again, probably shafts even below that. There's a number of industrial sites also scattered around those service roads, as well as collection areas for various types of ores, presumably, or even, excess material, slags and whatnot. As far as what you can see, a difference between now and then, again, it looks like they have added a new pit, and a pit that has grown quite a bit in the last 2 years. So they are clearly working this site and working it hard. You can see the EM blocking scattering effect goes almost up to the edge of most of these mining pits. That is going to be your main... That's going to be where you're going to want to drop and enter in from ground level. You can also see that there are a number of electronic warfare, smaller orbital jamming facilities, electronic warfare facilities, that are providing a sort of sensor net that comes out in a cone. So basically what the commander was suggesting is that you approach at a fairly shallow vector, but far away, so you can get in underneath that radar and try to find that sweet spot underneath those sensor sweeps, but still at extreme edge for anti-aircraft.
We're Top Gunning it.
Pretty much, yep. As far as actual individual human-sized activity, I don't think you're, we're 10,000 years in the future. Even telescopes, regular vision telescopes are probably pretty sophisticated. So I'll give you this one. It looks like, they're on top of the facility that is as it was, and you see there are a number of areas that look like they were damaged and since repaired, or at least cobbled back together to probable functionality. It doesn't look like there's... it looks like there was widespread destruction that has been cleaned up and repaired for the most part. Not entirely, but for the most part. You can see there are scattered around this site, you do pick up anti-aircraft batteries. You do pick up hangar bays. What's in those hangar bays, you're not sure. Could be mechs, could be, airplanes, could be, actual, spaceship, surface-to-orbit spaceships. But there are a number of hangars that are dotted about. And it would still be within the jamming field, but with visual confirmation, you can see that there's basically a little shanty town that has been put together. And over the next few days, Starblood, you can see that there is a regular in and out of quite a lot of people from that shanty town to that new, mostly to that new third pit mining site. Looks like they are using, presumably, the original inhabitants as, indentured workers.
Important question.
Yes.
Can we get visual on how well they're treating the residents?
That might be a level of detail that you can't get great confirmation for. They're living in a ramshackle little shanty shack town, when there is a nice, pretty arcology right over there, so probably not great. You do see a number of what are likely guard towers, but as far as what might happen within or nearby those guard towers, that's a level of detail don't think you are getting. But they're clearly using them as workers, and not like heavy machinery high sci-fi mining technology workers. No, they have their own people using machines and automated machines and whatnot on the other 2 dig sites. These are people that they have given tools for and said, go work for 14 hours a day and get me some tantalum.
Okay. We will remember to remove personal allegory from the situation.
Indeed. Anything else you might like to look for or look up? Or other such preparations for your launch? All right. So, well, let me actually suggest then, through my handy-dandy NPC, Lich will actually mention, it looks like they do have this impressively cobbled together orbital defense system. We should look for a weakness.
Can Siobhan have been, in this meantime, we've missed out on relatively 7, 9 years of advancement in technology, coding, all kinds of things.
Mm.
Not that I expect these people to be terribly advanced, because they're kind of on a desolate little planet. But can I have been working to kind of update myself on the new shit that's come out recently?
Yeah, you can go on the OmniNet and see if there's any like updated ciphers and codes and hacker words to use. I will say, just because that's something that as a storyteller I have been really bouncing back and forth, how cosmopolitans can exist 10, 20, 50, 200 years removed from technology and keep getting further and further behind and still stay relevant. So I imagine with how much people move around and communication and whatnot, that advancement doesn't happen as rapidly as we are used to, but there's probably definitely advancements that you can find and at least software-wise integrate.
Okay, perfect.
I'm not gonna
I want to
make you
do
roll for
that. Appreciate it. And then I'll probably be working kind of closely with Desperado and kind of, I don't know, looking over his shoulder, trying not to be a helicopter, and just trying to figure out from what he can see and from what my kind of stuff is, kind of gauge what they're working with.
Yeah, what are their systems like?
I want to fuck with it.
Well, you are too far out to really do any
I
tech
can't do
attacks
anything
or
from
whatnot.
here. No.
And with their jamming technology, you're actually surprised. Like, you can't get past this jamming technology to really integrate with anything that's going on, Pirate HQ, as it were. And there's not a lot aside from, again, the sporadic hangar bays and other such facilities. Are you looking to do anything specifically, or are you just looking to try to see what tech level they're working with?
Mostly just to check the tech level to see what I can expect going into it, but as soon as it becomes obvious that they're better at keeping people out than I originally assumed, Siobhan's probably just gonna kind of pout and sit next to Logan and just be like,
Do you have a
guess
skill
we'll have
trigger?
to make it up on the fly.
Do you have a skill trigger to draw on for this?
I mean, I have Hacker Fix, and then I also have Word on the Street. I'm not sure if either of those would do anything. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, word on the street isn't going to help. There's not a lot of street out here in this tiny transport ship.
Exactly.
But Hacker Fix, I'll
Not even
let you.
like.
I will let you use that. I'm not going to make it a risky roll, but I am going to add a level of difficulty. So that's 1d20 plus 2 minus 1d6.
Okay, plus 2 minus 1d6. I need everybody to know I'm using the babiest dice ever.
I will say, well, actually, yeah, don't worry about it. we
Okay.
we don't have a dice tracker or whatnot for set up on our overlay. But for once we get into tactical combat, you're gonna want to use Lancer because I have things integrated.
Rolling everything on. Yes. Because that makes life so much easier. Okay, so I rolled a little tiny 11 minus 2 plus 2, so an 11.
Okay. Yeah, just barely scraping past that difficulty, standard difficulty of 10. Yeah, you are seeing jamming technology and encryptions that are not entirely up to date, but it does look like they have enough sophistication to... It would take you a while to get into any of these systems. If you had the time and could focus on a particular system for a particular purpose over the course of some amount of time that you don't have right now, you could probably get into it. But it doesn't... It's not like they just cobbled together 5 or 6 computers in a LAN network and are trying to run things. They have a sophisticated multi-spectrum jammer set up. It looks like they have a number of electronic warfare systems set up that are performing active and passive scans, and are probably capable of, a number of electronic attacks. And you do see that the hangar bays are, I don't want to say shielded, but they, excuse me, they have good firewalls.
Okay. Now, you said I don't have time to break into it and actively do anything. Do I have enough time to get in just far enough to break something?
What do you want to break? What are you thinking?
Communications.
You can't break their entire communications, because that would...
Not the entirety of it. Could I do a subset, could I make it so that their mechs couldn't communicate with each other, or
well, you haven't confirmed
ground
that
and
they
air
have
couldn't
mechs.
communicate?
Maybe the orbital thing that we found.
Something, yeah.
You could break communication with that. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would probably be the easiest to work with because it is in orbit and they don't have... That's just using the integrated systems and hardware of the defense grid itself. Yeah, you could do something to that. You wanna prevent the... you can't turn off the entire defense network, but if you want to pinpoint one or a small area of these defense satellites, you could make it so, presuming you make the roll, so that they can't communicate their current status down to HQ.
I would like to do that, yes.
All right. Yeah, roll that for me. That'll use your hack and fix skill trigger. I'm going to make this a risky roll, however, because this could go wrong. So instead of the baseline DC 10, it's a DC 15.
You got this.
Okay. Is there a way to roll this in Foundry right now?
You just
Or
roll
should I
a
just use
d20
my
and then you
dice?
could add it manually.
Yeah,
You just go to your skills.
Oh yeah, it should have it listed for you on your character sheet.
Yeah, and you
should.
It says pilot narrative is the tab.
Ooh. Okay.
You can roll, and there should be
Okay, so
a...
hacker fix. And then... Okay. So I just... There's so much
Interesting.
fear. Okay, so and I don't have accuracy difficulty or anything.
There might be a way to set that on my side, but it doesn't look like there's a way to set it to risky or heroic.
I do see a difficulty thing where I can add either inaccurate or impaired, but that's it.
Yeah, those aren't going to apply. That's other stuff.
So I'm just gonna roll the d20 plus 2. I have fear.
You got this.
Didn't do it. Didn't do it. No. Oh no.
Oh, you rolled the die.
Sure did.
Okay, that is
Sure
a 5.
did.
All right.
Off to a good start, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I feel like this is something where Siobhan totally went, "Oh, I have an idea," and is like quietly going about their idea, not really consequences of their actions.
So to clarify for myself, my players, and of course you guys in the audience, because this is our second episode, we are all still learning the game. A risky roll is a roll that has clear and obvious complications, even on a success, and it does have a higher difficulty. So, when rolling a risky skill check, a character always suffers the consequences on result under 20. Yeah, it's not 15. You suffer consequences under 20, but still succeed on a 10 plus. That's what it is.
Amazing. I'm sitting next to Logan still and doing something on my little pad, and just quietly, very, very softly next to you, you just hear, "Fuck."
What was that?
Defense satellites have been alerted to your presence. They are currently communicating a foreign object in their solar system with a direct heading towards Driscoll 1.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and you see an increase in power output, not from the entire grid, but from the ones that you targeted.
Oops.
So funny story. This was really easy to do at home.
Can you fix it?
Can I
Well,
fix it, Jack?
about that, I think I know you can push a regular difficulty roll up to risky. Let me just confirm. See if you can do that.
Can I make it worse than risky to try to fix the risky situation?
Yeah, I mean there are heroic rolls. A heroic roll
Oh,
only
God.
succeeds on a 20 plus.
Hmm.
Otherwise suffering consequences. Let's see if the GM wants to push things even further. Heroic, yeah, okay. Yeah. Push it as long as the skill check isn't risky. You can make a second attempt and make it risky.
So
You
it was
can't
already
push it.
risky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was already risky. Yeah, and later on it does state if the situation is already risky, you can't push it further unless the GM allows it, in which case the skill check becomes heroic. You know what? If you want to, I'll let you do it, but I'd advise against it.
That sounds.
'Cause
I'm
I can
just-
make this
Since this
colossally
is episode 2, our first combat, I'm not gonna be wiggly fingers. I'm gonna keep everything to myself. Yeah, things could go really wrong if you fail this roll as heroic. It would
Awesome.
give quite a
And
big
Andrew
boon to
is
the
an
other
answer.
side.
Think of all the
Mm.
things Tavik would say.
Don't encourage me. Because Shiv can already hear in their head all the shit that Tavik's gonna say already.
Mm-hmm.
What all is possible for adding to my roll? Like, if I had help from another person, I get a bonus, don't I?
Yes, you get a level of accuracy, which is a plus 1d6.
Okay.
And that plus
Oh,
your skill
God.
trigger, I believe, is the only thing you can really add.
I think so, yeah. So I have a minimum plus 3. Or
And you need to
upwards
beat
of
a
plus
20.
8.
Or you need
I
20
need
or
to beat
higher.
20.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. This sounds like a horrible idea. I feel like that's a bad idea. And Andrew isn't here to consent to me possibly fucking us over. So
I will, as a GM, I will always emphasize, you know, do what would be most interesting for your character and your story. I will always encourage risk, unless it is ridiculously stupid. This is just under that mark. Yeah.
Everyone at this table needs to understand that Haley as a player is a big red button pusher. But only in scenarios typically when it would only like mess me up. The fact that this could severely screw all of us makes me say no this time.
All right. It's probably a good decision.
Somewhere a chaos gremlin is weeping.
I know, it's me.
Oh,
But the Chaos Gremlin's alive, and that part
Yeah.
is what's fucking important.
That's fair.
What a vibe. Anyway, so you'll ask the can you fix it? And she'll just yes, but more likely no. I could make it significantly worse. Would we like worse?
No, we would not like worse. We do not want worse. Okay. Shit. All right.
Isn't there like an alarm that we're supposed to be like sounding right now? There's supposed to be like big flashing lights in the hallways and an alarm going off somewhere, right?
No, that's when we're being attacked, not when we fucked up attack.
Okay, fine.
Okay. What happened? Just give it a sit rep, and I will make sure
All right.
that.
Well, I was trying to scramble some communications between the satellite that's in orbit and the ground, and kind of instead of shutting off communications, I just directed their communications towards me.
Okay. Are we actively being targeted right now, or are they just aware of our presence?
I think they just know we're here.
You surmise that they don't have the ability to attack this far at range. You're still about 2 days out or whatnot. But they have recognized that you are an extrasolar object on direct course for the planet, which is suspicious.
Amazing. So I'll essentially say that and then kind of shrug. The most they can do right now is kind of talk shit.
Okay.
We're not really in the get hit range.
Sure, but they'll be ready for us when we do near the get hit range.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a bogey we can send out? Some sort of
Actually.
a distraction?
Maybe
divert.
if we send out something kind of large that's innocuous and then cloak the rest of us, we can maybe pretend that what they found was something stupid and not us.
is this situation being shared, by the way?
Oh god.
I'm still under the assumption the 8 of you are in the conference room.
All right. Because I thought this was everything taking place over the course of the next few days, which is why I wasn't sure if it.
Yeah,
this is happening right now. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I know it was a very quiet discussion initially.
Yeah.
But let me know if it's being shared or if it's something that's going to be.
Okay, I'm going to tell Shiv you need to get August and Lich, probably. You all are the tech whizzes on this. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you think you can scrounge together something that's roughly the size of, I don't know, like a basic carrier ship?
I'll see what I can do.
Cool.
You are on a
Okay.
basic carrier ship.
Yeah, no. They're aware.
That's one of those. I'm gonna step away. I need a moment, so I'll see what I can do.
Let me just build you a new ship out of this small ship's scrap parts.
Yep. And
So,
they're gonna
are
run off.
you bringing that to us?
Yeah, Shiv will like awkwardly like situate themselves between wherever August and Lich are and just go, so we got a situation that is maybe definitely my fault.
All right.
Lich just gives you that sort of head tilt, squinty eyes.
Hey Lich, what's up? Yeah, so did you notice that those lights are kind of flashing right there? Those things?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, those things know we're coming.
They were not doing that half an hour ago.
Nope, they certainly were not.
You tried to hack them, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right. So they know something's coming. Judging from that range, probably not real good on the details.
Lich takes a very deep, slow inhale and just lets it out through his nose.
We need a decoy.
Yes, that's what we're kind of hoping to do. And I was thinking, Lich, you're probably good at, cloaking things. We can focus on the decoy if you can focus on the cloaking of the rest of us.
I'm not entirely sure that this ship has the systems to do that, and I imagine if it does, it will be utilizing those systems for our own approach.
Regardless, even
Yet
if
you're Tavik's special little hacker, so come on, you gotta have something up your sleeve.
okay, things that we can do. I don't know about the cloaking situation on this ship, whether or not it actually has that kind of capabilities. Probably not. Most of them don't have that kind of thing. But what we can do, I think, is we can distract him. And he's immediately starts pulling up ship manifest schematics, this kind of stuff, looking for like a lifeboat kind of thing. Basically, we take this lifeboat, we shoot it out at a different trajectory, so it's coming in from a different angle or something like that. And if I can amp up some of the signal, and the bandwidth, and this kind of stuff that this lifeboat's giving off, to fool their systems into thinking it's much bigger than it is.
That could work. Theoretically. Unfortunately, we are still at a distance of light seconds, if not minutes. If we shoot this off, it will either far overshoot the planet, or we will have to wait until we are much closer.
We're going to have to get closer, I think, yeah.
Such a ruse would likely only work as a very immediate distraction during the launch itself.
Nope, you're right. But I don't think I got much else. Unless we peel off a couple of groups to attack the orbital station itself.
I believe there are secondary assault groups that are being deployed to harry both orbital forces and anti-aircraft facilities already.
Definitely help, but let me see what I can do. See if I can't rig something up. Nothing else, we can shoot this thing off. Maybe give ourselves at least a little bit of a head start before they decide to blow us out of the freaking black.
If you can handle the hardware, I'm sure I can handle the software.
Let's see what we can do. Yeah, he immediately goes into engineer, hyper focus mode.
Awesome. She will take a deliberate step back, report back to Logan, and just go, okay, the nerds are on it. We think we have an idea.
Yeah. Lich makes no attempt to involve you in the programming of this lifeboat. Okay.
And that is a-okay.
So to clarify, you want to basically make a crybaby and shoot it out pretty much as soon as you guys are also deploying to make it look like some people are going that way and some people are going that way.
Kinda, yeah. Split their attention at the very least.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and make this a roll. From the software side of things is probably more important than the hardware side of things, but you do need the hardware to be able to support the software. So yeah, I want you to give me a roll just to see if you can scrounge together enough components that you need to not, well, one, to be able to actually make this, and two, not to cripple your ship by cannibalizing these components. Because this takes a lot of, communications and other sensor technology that you are likely having to remove from your dropship. And those are, important systems. There's probably redundancies, but, if you can mess things up.
Yeah.
So,
It's okay.
because this is a roll to fix a problem created from a roll, I'm again going to make this a risky situation. So it still succeeds on a 10 plus, but you do get some it's a sort of succeed at a cost underneath 20.
Is that going to be a rolling under hack fix?
Do you have invent?
I don't have invent.
Don't have invent.
I do.
Okay.
I have invent. And I did say that I was working on the physical side. So if you help me, then
Exactly.
we can.
There we go. Yeah. I
Might
will
I-
assist Logan.
Might I propose something?
What's up?
Assuming Lich shares this information with Tavik,
Of course.
unless he does, right?
There is a very restrained, almost rant about wannabe programmers.
And there is an offhand comment. All the opportunities a core world can provide, and this is where we end up. However, with the information that Tavik has been working on and through, I wonder if it could be of help for him to look for the best possible trajectory they could set this crybaby on, to either create a sense of caution or need for response, or to divert a decent chunk of whatever might be waiting for us now that they know something, probably us, are coming. I have the read a situation skill trigger.
That sounds
Would
good
I
to
be
me.
able to use that to help?
Yeah.
Or to
yeah.
do a separate roll or whatever it may be?
It's not going to be an assist, because I think this is a decidedly different action.
Sure.
And I'm not going to make this risky because it is a decidedly different action. And basically the failure is it doesn't work. You don't get the insight. So yeah, that's a 1d20 plus 2, and you just got to beat the 10, normal 10.
Okay. Got a 17.
All right.
So I think, no, I'm sorry. You can let me know what I
Yeah.
find out.
So you do see, you basically scan as much of this defense net as you can, and you can see that it is cobbled together from original defense satellites that weren't damaged, defense satellites that were damaged, some of them repaired, some not, and very few newly dropped satellites, which is interesting. You probably don't want to go anywhere near those newly dropped satellites, so that's good to know. You do identify that there is there looks like there could be a gap that you could create in the defense network. There isn't yet, but you do see that there's a chunk of currently inactive satellites over here, and a chunk of currently inactive satellites over here, but there's enough overlapping vision from these satellites over here that there's not yet a break in the defense net. So if you target here and you can take those out, you should be able to get in past the defense network. So that's probably the best ingress for you guys. You could make it look like... I mean, basically at that point, you could send the Crybaby out to almost anywhere else. Again, probably avoiding the newer defense satellites because they might have better sensors, or just blow it up. But you could make it look like you are. I mean, this kind of comes down to your own tactics. I could suggest a whole bunch of things, but I think you have, with that, you've identified probably the best point of ingress for yourself, and basically shooting the Crybaby out anywhere else.
Sure. Okay, so I think after that offhanded comment that was said, not with a clear intent to be able to be overheard, but there's no intent to prevent it from being overheard, he turns and he walks over to where the large projector is, and will spend the next 30 or 40 minutes almost in silence, just reviewing things, going through data, reviewing, having it build whatever physical schematics it can for theoretical travel. And at just about the end of that 40-something minute period, he points to a location and he goes, "Here." And then he turns and he looks over to Uhura. He goes, "That's where we go in. Which means I need your team to work on what the best trajectory for your distraction will be. This is where we go. You think that can be handled?"
Sure.
And then he proceeds to rattle off all of the same information that he has gained over the last 40 or so minutes, pointing out where the new satellites are, where the old satellites are, that it's strange that these new satellites have been dropped, where and when and how, what their best method of getting themselves through this eventual gap will be.
How long ago were they dropped?
They were not there when the recon ship was here 2 years ago.
Sometime in the last 2 years. I'd assume more recent rather than closer to that last recon, if I had to guess.
All right.
Why? What are you thinking?
Insider knowledge.
Wouldn't be the strangest thing.
True.
Advantage to be taken where and when it can.
Actually, because it was you, Tavik, who looked over this, you're fairly certain those are Harrison Armory satellites. I mean, Harrison Armory sells military technologies to everybody, but those are probably Harrison Armory satellites, which means they're dangerous. On top of whatever else you might infer.
They're from Harrison. Which means, if nothing else, that the focus will be on stopping power above whatever else it may be. The Armory does like their explosions, after all. What they're doing out here... Oh. People are free to buy and print what they will.
Apparently.
So, with that, I believe we were going Desperado making the roll, and then Solitaire providing assistance to give accuracy that plus
it
1
didn't
d6.
go well.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, you built yourself a crybaby.
Could you push? Could he push?
It was already risky. Yeah, it was already risky.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a failure on already risky. And
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna let this one be heroic, so we're just gonna sit on that risky failure.
These rolls ain't boding well, y'all.
They're not.
It's okay. We're getting them all out of
Yeah.
the way now. So
Yep.
when we get down, it'll be fine.
Get the bad rolls out before people start shooting at you.
Your bad rolls. Your bad rolls.
Okay.
Now, does it feel like it's not going to work? Like, do I sense that it doesn't, like, it's not up to snuff?
So I think with a failure on a risky roll, you, throughout the course of the next 2 days, you start collecting things and start trying to cannibalize as much of the ship as you can without compromising, and not the structural integrity of the ship, but the functionality of the ship. And you're pretty sure, you identify a key piece of the secondary communications array that you kind of need for this to work, because a crybaby is basically just a giant screaming communication array that you send off in a specific area, fine-tuned to make it do very specific things. Now, it is the secondary communication array, and it's a part of it, an important part of it, but that's the only way it's going to work. So you start dismantling it and taking it out, and unfortunately, as you are taking it out, you do trip a bypass connected to the primary sensor array, which overloads current sensors. So your transport is now basically flying blind. You hear prolific cursing in some regional dialect of some far-off planet coming from the cockpit of this ship.
Why would they put that bypass there?
I don't know. You go on. I'll see if I can fix this before somebody comes back here and decides to shoot us.
I mean, they can try.
So I will say you can spend the time that you were going to spend making this crybaby to repair the sensors for this ship. So you either have a crybaby or you can see where you're going.
It's more important to me that we have sensors, so that's where I'm going to put my time.
Okay. So no crybaby, but you will have sensors by the time you deploy. You, however, don't have the sensors for any further recon.
Okay.
What happened to the sensor?
Needed the secondary sensors. Secondary communication. To create the crybaby.
And the primary?
There's a bypass that got tripped. The Solitaire's working on getting the sensors back up.
Good. Then we have a functional crybaby, I assume.
You would assume.
I don't like that answer.
Yeah, neither do I.
So to be clear, we've lost sensors. Hopefully we'll get them back.
We're going to have them back.
And have no distraction for the group of fairly more well-armed problems in front of us than we assumed or expected or were aware of, who know that we're coming. Am I understanding the situation correct?
Yeah.
Well, I'm very glad that we get to support you then.
Likewise.
Solitaire, can we get an ETA?
Go faster if you quit talking to me.
Helpful. And he's just going to sit back down and start going back over all of the data that he has and has already looked over.
All right.
Looking for anything.
Well, is there any other ways you would like to make this mission more difficult?
No, absolutely freaking not.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking us. You should talk to the dice, Jack. We weren't the ones that were like, hey, what if we just didn't roll well?
Hey, the dice know what they're doing.
All I've done is make this mission easier. Just
The dice can kiss.
Oh,
my
yeah.
Tavik's presence makes it more difficult.
Mm.
oh,
That's
sure,
true.
yeah.
Truly, truly.
Yes.
We're
Everyone made the
constantly in a
mistake.
risky scenario because we're constantly pissed.
It can be hard to see so much talent in front of you all
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Talent was not the
the
word.
time.
Talent was not the word I was gonna go for.
Okay. So,
Incredible.
well,
We're
would
gonna have to explain ourselves to Andrew later.
yeah. Yeah. Considering he could have been helpful with this, but
Yeah.
because I believe, or maybe not. I thought he also had the invent skill, but I guess not. No, he's
Mm-mm.
no. Okay, cool. Never mind. He probably wouldn't have much
Yeah.
to do anyway.
It was me. It should have been me. The dice just said, which
Yeah.
is fine, I guess.
We all make mistakes
Yeah.
sometimes.
So,
We love
uh,
drama.
before we drop, would you like to go over the plan you have, or would you like me,
What
or
plan?
would you like me to go over the plan as Commander Leary outlined?
What plan?
As far as I know, we're kind of sticking with Commander Leary's plan. We're going to drop in outside, come in low. Like I said, we're going to Top Gun this shit. Try to stay under the radar ceiling, but
How many secondary
out
squads
of
do we have?
anti-air.
How many backup
Many what?
squads do we have?
You, unless you're doing something crazy, you have enough to do what you want to do, basically. I don't know, somewhere between 3 and 8 extra teams of between 3 and 6 people.
Okay.
Mostly they have already been assigned at basically the support squads are there to basically do what you wanted the Crybaby to do anyway, to make it look like you don't know where you're going, or to make it look like the attack force is a lot larger than it is. So you guys are going to make a beeline for it while all of these other support forces go over here and attack this AA battery and attack this weapons hangar and attack this orbital defense, to make it look like there's more going on and confuse
Well,
the response. Unless you have a
then
better
damn it,
idea.
what do we make the crybaby for?
So that those squads wouldn't die.
No.
Oops.
Less likely to die. It's fine. All right, so not a crybaby. Cool. Can I make it a bomb?
I no. Very, very often, very often, I try to say no as little as possible. I try no, but I don't think I have anything for you right now.
Just send the dud out.
I mean,
Yeah.
This is not a combat ship. I don't think it really has. I mean, it has point defense lasers and some very basic rail cannons. It's not a. It's a transport ship. It's a drop ship. So there's not even like missiles that you could cannibalize. So unless you want to cannibalize a system of some of the mechs that you are deploying with, you just don't have the material for a bomb.
And then more likely than not, because the whole point of its creation was for it to be noticed, they'd take it out before it could do any damage.
All right. Well, is it time then to get into your mechs and get ready to launch?
I think so.
Guess there's nothing else to it.
All right. Some very interesting ideas that could have been very useful had they succeeded. Unfortunately, none of them did.
Nope.
Dice really said, fuck you.
All right. I assume, looking almost defeated before you even begin, we see our Lancers march their way into into the hangar bay of this. I mean, not really a hangar bay. I'm assuming that there are, again, like our intro, launch tubes that you shoot out of. So you get in your mech and they slide it over into basically the barrel of a broadside, and you are ready to go. And let me ask, and I'm not going to take the time to look up all of your individual mechs. Some of you have personalizations and custom paint jobs. Now again, this is license level 0 for all of us. We are all starting with the Everest or the Splat Book variants of. So they all basically, the stock cookie cutter, basically blank, light gray cookie cutter mechs. Unless you have done something with them. Does anyone have any interesting descriptions for how they might be different?
So Epithet is definitely a little different from your base Chomolungma or Everest model, in that specifically at the waist, where the regular connections between the upper basically the legs and the upper half have actually been replaced by it's not a full 360 gimbal, but basically it has a lot more rotation in that torso, so it's almost a full 90 degrees. This thing can turn its upper torso while still basically walking in that direction and looking in this direction. Likewise, its paint job has been redone with it's like a metallic dark blue and black tiger stripe pattern, which, I mean, one, just looks cool, and two, it does try to blend in a little bit more with the background, try to break up the silhouette, that kind of thing.
Very nice. Anyone else have anything fancy? All right. Oh.
Desperado has a sort of like gunmetal gray. Like they have darkened the gray rather than just the light. It's a darker. There's a red stripe across where the visor. And one of the right leg looks to be like different material, like it was taken off of a different mech. And definitely has some compartments in there that look like the leg can detach or something.
Very nice. I assume your own right leg is also your prosthetic.
That is correct.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, and that one's painted red like the swipe on the visor.
Nice.
For Throne. Throne is also a little bit unique. Throne is painted a pristine white. It's that stark contrast to the darkness of space around them. There is absolutely no interest in stealth or trying to blend in with anything. And what I'm going to call a Duracloth scarf that sort of is wrapped around the upper part of the chassis and flows out as it moves in that same purple that they call the bruise, that is the Harrison Armory purple. There are a few pieces where the bulky metal plating of the Everest has been replaced with what looks like slightly modified Harrison, still bulky armor in just patches throughout it that create a slightly lither overall frame but heavier limbs.
All right.
The only customization that Buddy has is right before getting into this mech, there is a spot somewhere on the foot where Shiv will etch a little tally into it.
All right.
Every time that they go out into this mech, they mark it.
Okay. Let me ask, does that include the training exercises and exam missions, or is this your first scratch as your first official mission?
I feel like Siobhan knows that this is not the mech that they intend to stay with. So no, it has all of the training missions too.
All right.
Every time I've gone out in this mech.
And I will clarify, since you brought it up, in my mind, I'm not sure if this is in the book or not. In my mind, the sort of main computer and reactor, the real backbone core of your mech, is basically the base that you Fisher Price everything else onto. So even if you take off your arms and your legs and your head and all your weapons and take the frame off and whatnot, at the bare minimum, I'm not familiar with that. At the bare minimum, you have your seat. The cockpit can be modified, but you have your seat, or at least the frame for your seat, the main computer, and the reactor core, which of course can be modified. But that is basically what Lancers tend to think of as the heart of their mech. That is what they name. So even if you change everything else about it, this is Buddy. Even if you shove him inside a goblin later.
Very nice. Awesome. Well, then I will scratch the outside, and then whatever I can, I guess the seat, if that's what I keep, we'll get a nice loving pat. It's like, okay, buddy, let's go.
All right. With that, we see the canopies of your GMS Everests, or their variants, close down. You are slid into these launch tubes by these giant, L-shaped just pushers that just load you into this long... I mean, you're basically the bullet of a big railgun right now, and you have your equipped EVA flight packages on your back. And the countdown begins. I think this is a good time for us to take our break. We will get back with our climactic launch when we come back. Unfortunately, we missed an hour from the very beginning, and that we're having to account for. But we're gonna get into our launch in the first stage of this attack pattern when we come back. So stick around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bearing with us for the tech gremlins, and hopefully no more crop up while we are on intermission. We're gonna all get up, try to quickly de-stress, get some water, do the human things, do a quick repair on our own systems, and come right back for our launch, which is now going to be extra And if you want it to be even extra, there's the mayhem meter, which I think makes a lot of sense for this mission now. So,
No, we're already rolling back.
nope, I so want this mayhem meter.
Give me more things
yes.
to blame them for,
Yes.
please.
No,
God.
I need it to be your turn because this is
Well.
bullshit.
So if you would like to support the cast, there's a link if you scroll down on Twitch to a dedicated little PayPal wallet that collects all the funds that would be thrown right back to these awesome people. So first they get some craziness, and then they get some money later, which is great. So if you want to see some mayhem and help support them, go check that out while we are on break. Yeah, let's give us about 10-12 minutes or so. We'll be right back. Enjoy some tunes. See you in a bit. All right, we are back, and just to point out, because I did not realize, thank you, Cast, for letting me know, I had Lion and Q switched. So go put faces to the correct names right now. They should be in the right box. On top of that, welcome back. We will be returning to the Starcrier Conflict shortly, but before then, I need to shout out our show sponsor, Veil of the Void. Veil of the Void is a fantastic sci-fantasy game that is constantly being updated with a lot of free content as well. I believe they just released their brand new Prophecy supplement, which includes a new class, all kinds of new GM tools, new traits and weapons, and all kinds of great stuff. So you can go check that out. I dropped the link in the chat, and in fact, you can use code RPG for 10% off your order in their store. It is a fantastic book. It's one of the best games I've played. It's been featured on RPGs Uncovered, so if you want to learn the game, you can just go check out our series that we've done on that. But it is very cinematic. There's a lot of customization for not only just the players and their characters and their classes and everything they can do, but a lot of customization on the GM side as well for creating planets and solar systems and starships and new spells and new weapons, and it's all kinds of great stuff. Go check that out. But continue watching the show while you do. I will also reiterate, because that goes straight back into the channel, if you would like to support this amazing cast for their time and dedication and all the stuff they've given me to make this show what it is. I could not do it without them. The best way to do that is through the Mayhem meter, which I can actually drop in chat now, even though the link is broken. I will fix that. You see where HTTPS starts, just, Control-C and head over there. Or if you are on Twitch, just scroll down. But I will say again, I have put together a really cool idea for when we hit that first $50 mark, if we can get it during this first mission. If not this week, then next week. So every $50 will trigger some kind of crazy mayhem for the players to deal with. And then later, they get, equal share in that $50. So it's a win-win. All right, let us jump back into our game proper now. Oh, I should upload the launch tube video I have from the opener so I can throw that up every time we launch. So just imagine that we see our individual lancers in their mechs, and we foof right out of each of their launch tubes in succession. A good somewhere between 2-3 or so dozen of these mostly standard light gray cookie cutter, think Knights of Sidonia, very standard mechs, aside from a few that look customized, mostly the 4 we have here. And actually there are some interesting mechs from some of the other NPCs, but we'll look at them later. They're not the stars of our show. Instead, we see the Lancers begin to form up. We see our main squadron of their 4. We have Blacksmith and Solitaire and Bite and Desperado all line up in their formation. We have Starblood at the tip of his wing with Hajiri and Hotjaw and Lich just behind them, and a number of other mechs that are taking up position to hit other targets and help get this primary attack team, that is our squad, straight through the defense network and down into their shallow spiral descent, hopefully getting into what is now a pirate HQ that has taken over a tantalum mine. Let me bring everybody over to our first map. Let's get this loaded up, get it moved into the correct position, and let me ask players, do you see a map?
Not yet.
Let me activate this.
Loading.
There we go. You guys should be loading in now.
Oh no.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. Don't like this.
Can you see the background? Can you see the enemies?
Oh, yes.
All
I'm
right.
stuck at 98%. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm using an MP4 as a
gee.
background because it's a really cool background, so it might take a second to load up. The only difference to what was going to be the start of this combat is that you guys announced your position way early.
Oops.
Thanks, yo.
Hey, that wasn't y'all.
You
I mean,
notice...
you're a group, right? You do things as a unit. Y'all.
You notice as you launch out of this transport mech and start getting into your formation, the 3 primary defense satellites that you lot are specifically targeting to get into the actual defense network of this planet, they are protected by Aegis shields now, and they are aware of and now ready for your presence. They did not have to wait until their turn to each individually activate their shields. Let us jump into combat, then. Alright, so first combat of the game. Let me just add everybody to... Let me play around with the volume. Again, we'll get this all worked out as we go.
Should I be on the board? Because I'm not. I don't know if I'm going elsewhere with the rest of my team.
You should be on the just outside the lower left of the board, actually.
Oh, yep, got it. Thank you.
So you can zoom in anytime you would like to abandon your actual objective and your squad. Which at this point, I will point out, is you are basically the closest thing that this operation has to an operational command unit on site. You are basically the coordinator for these secondary squads, making sure that they coordinate their attack pattern on strategic secondary positions to allow the primary strike force to be able to get in, bypass as much of the defensive forces as possible, so they can make a beeline to the HQ and cut off the head of the snake. Other than that, you are also in charge of making sure that the dropship is able to get away before being blown up. Otherwise, you are stuck here until they send a new ship out. And otherwise, once this primary squad is through the defense grid, to go down with them and start coordinating attacks on, again, secondary ground positions. Alright, so everybody should be added to the combat order. Yep. We got the battle music, we got our tokens out. Let's start. We launch out of these launch tubes. Everybody lines up in their formations. I will say that if you guys would like to reposition your mechs anywhere in that first, like, 5 or 6, 7 or so, no further out than you already are, actually. But if you would like to position yourselves, you can go ahead and do that. But with that, we can go ahead and see who wants to take the first round.
Let me see.
Say about that.
Okay. Do any of us have a way to deal with the shields?
Well, not from this far out.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, how close do we gotta be to do that?
That mostly comes down to, well, tech attacks will use your sensor range, and weapons, of course, have their own ranges.
Okay.
Yeah, they're way out of range for basically anything at the moment, so.
Yeah, you had to drop far enough out that they couldn't just start blasting your dropship away. Though you got as close as you could, so they probably have a greater range than you do because they are orbital defense satellites. Otherwise, I could direct you to page 76, which has a nice outline of all of the quick actions, full actions, and other actions you may be able to take during your turns. One such action, of course, is I believe there's a way to basically gather information.
Yeah.
You can do a scan.
Yeah, scan.
But you got to be within sensors.
Right. But generally, to remind again myself, the cast, and the audience, everyone gets one move action, and then either one full action or two quick actions. And you can use those quick actions. One of the options you can use for quick action is to boost. So if you really want to blitz through, you can use your movement, a quick action boost, and a quick action boost. I believe the only thing you can't double up on is attacks.
You can also overcharge to
Yes.
boost again.
Yeah. And go faster.
In exchange for heat damage.
Alright. So what I'm going to do, if you guys don't mind, I'll just go ahead and go.
Sure.
For I'm going to do a quick action. I'm going to use bolster. As a quick tech action, I'm going to bolster, let's just do Desperado. Which basically you get +2 accuracy on your next skill check or save you make between now and the end of your next turn.
Okay. End of my next turn?
Yeah, it says end of your next turn.
End of the turn coming up.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I'm using my computing to help protect you.
Okay.
And then my other quick action I'll use as a boost, and then as my move, and I'm just going to move the fall pod.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Also, don't we get a free boost?
If you use your core power. It'll last till the end of the
Okay.
scene.
Okay.
and then I believe it only recharges when you take a full rest.
Correct.
Okay.
The boost, not the boost, the bolster you used, which actually I don't see on this sheet, interestingly enough.
It's just it's a standard tech action.
It's a tech action. Cool.
Mhm.
Yeah. We will all, including myself, familiarize ourselves with the intricacies of this game as we continue on. All right, bolster. For the most part, I leave my players in charge of knowing what their player stuff does because I got all my NPCs to do. Speaking of which, Lancer uses this ladder system popcorn initiative, so a player went, now it's my turn. Originally, this was when I was going to activate one of those shields, but I saw you coming and have done that already. So let me take a look at these orbital bombards I set up for you guys. I'm going to be a little bit more transparent than I will be in the future, pointing out what these things are for you guys and the audience. But we see set up in orbit, actually you can see a number of them, but right now you are just in immediate targeting range of these three. And they are clunky, old, box-like, basically just giant orbital missile launchers that have enough navigation sensors and positioning boosters and whatnot to maintain stable orbit. Otherwise, they are here to blow shit up. And, let's see. All right. So, I am going to activate a charge of their flak shells and target epithet, which I will eventually figure out how to pronounce. And I'm going to make an attack with their super heavy bombard cannon.
Damn, they got some range.
Let me actually just double check that, but I'm pretty sure you're in range. Ooh, you are just 1 hex out of range.
Oh!
You're just 1 hex out of range. But that's okay, because these are flak shells. So, they don't need to target you specifically. So I'm going to move my targeting reticule over here.
Horseshoes and hand grenades, damn it.
Yep, pretty much. And instead of targeting you, they're going to target the space nearby and fire their heavy bombard cannon. Now, that is going to create... I need to move that now. That is going to create an area of difficult terrain in a 3-burst area. And checking the combat log here, that was a hit. So you take 5 explosive damage.
Yay.
You take 5 explosive damage, and this area around you, which you should be able to see, right? There's a hex grid there. Awesome.
Yep.
That is all difficult terrain. So that means movement within, just like in D&D, costs twice, or you have half movement, more specifically. And if you end your turn there, you take damage.
Well, okay then.
And let me just check. I believe that is all the punishment that I can do to you right now. All right. Which of you would like to go next? And actually, that should have came from the bottom one. I need to notate which of these bombards are which. But sorry, who's going next?
I'll go next. Okay, so activate corp. And I want to boost and boost.
All right.
All right. Okay. I don't think I want to do anything else for now. I mean, I could try sensors, just make sure there are in the area around us.
You're cutting out a little bit there. Your sensors what?
Okay. Am I better now?
For now, yep.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to check sensors, make sure we don't have any other surprise baddies popping up.
Okay. So you have a quick action to use for the search action then?
Yeah.
All right. So you use normal move and then a boost, and then you're using the search action. All right. So search specifically, I believe it only searches within the nearby 5 hexes, but you can go ahead and make, I believe it is systems versus their. Let me double check that. I believe it's versus their engineering.
Agility.
Agility versus, yeah, it's going to target their agility. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm rolling systems.
Let me double check, but I believe so. Again, we will all get there. This is generally an action that only the players take, so I haven't committed this to.
It's systems versus agility.
Sweet. That's what I thought it was. Cool. Yeah. Well, that is a 4, which certainly is not going to beat the systems of any potential anyone potentially nearby. I suppose I could roll just to see, actually. You don't detect anything out where you are, except for a field of shrapnel debris that is clogging up space around at the Fed. All right. Is that everything you got?
Yeah, that's everything.
All right. Well, Bombard number 2 over here, then, which is you. Excellent. Isn't gonna be in range of anybody, but it can. Get back to token select. I'll get quicker at this as we go. It is likewise going to target an area of space and just create some hazardous terrain to lock some stuff down. So it really doesn't need to make an attack at that point because it's not really hitting anyone. It's gonna detonate around that space regardless. But I'll roll just to see what happens.
Plus the cool animation,
Yep.
you know?
Yeah, we gotta have that cool animation. And need to set up multiple of these. That's not what I need. I don't need to draw. I need... There we go. All right, that is another field of difficult terrain there.
Incredible.
That, however, is the end of its turn. Who's next? I will say you guys can elect for me to do something with Blacksmith or Blade 2, as it were, and I will try my best to do something effective and not get them blown up.
Vibes.
No promises.
I will go next. And I think... Okay. I think I'm gonna scoot. It's just if I end my turn in the terrain that it damages me, right?
If you... I believe it's just if you end your turn. It might be if you...
I think it's with these. I think it's usually if you go through, if you enter into it.
Yeah, it might actually. Yeah.
Okay. My speed is 4, and I can use... What can I use to double my movement? A full action? Or a quick action?
It's a quick action to boost, which is another use of your speed in Hexes.
Okay, then I'm gonna move and boost to get 8, so I'm at least closer. Or do I want to go that way? I'm gonna go this way. Yeah. I didn't move. Why am I not moving? Nope.
Oh, you need to go up to the little meeple and make sure you are on the select token box thing. It looks like you are currently on a... Actually,
There we go. I did something stupid, is what happened. I'm just going a straight line. There we go, we're gonna scoot down that way.
Cool.
And then, can I use my full action to do a quick action?
You have either a full action or 2 quick actions.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, sweet. Then I can use another quick action, and I'm going to bolster my buddy over here, Solitaire. I don't know if that's especially useful, but it looks like you're in a bad spot. So I'm gonna be like, hey, bud, good luck. And that will be my go of it.
Okay, here it is. When a character ends their turn in dangerous terrain or moves into it for the first time in a round, they must make an engineering check. On a failure, they take 5 damage of whatever type makes sense.
Okay.
5
Good
damage, which is not a little bit of damage.
Cool.
All right. That being the end of your turn, Haley?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Yes, I should also print out my page of tech attack options here. There's a lot for the GM to keep track of in this game. All right, so I used 1 and 2, and quite frankly, I don't think, aside from these shields, that the ships here are going to be doing much more than just helping out. Just creating these shields. So I'm gonna have this other bombard. Yeah, again, not really within range of anything. But you know what? It is a rechargeable ability. Might as well, right? Might as well. I'll just move this on up to wherever they can hit. They can actually hit right there. That's just eyeballing it. That's good enough for rudimentary 30-year-old weapons technology. Make sure that is targeted. And attack with the bombard cannon. Location is invalid. Why? It worked the last 2 times. Okay. I select you. Target you. And then I select you. Over there. Fire. Alright. So now we have another patch of difficult terrain. Alright, that is the 4 of you. I will ask, Lion, I know you're a little more out of this combat, but we've talked about that before. You knew that going into this. Would you interject at this point, or are you sticking to your mission?
So I think at this point, you will get a ping over comms, and after a moment, Desperado, I think it's going to be you. After a moment, you hear a little bit of what sounds like action, some explosions through the comm, and then you hear, Uhura, sit rep.
The orbital defense turrets have Aegis shields up. We are getting in to disable the shields so we can...
Do we have an ETA on those shields going down?
Let's see.
I suppose that is a
Combat
standby.
We've been here for 30 whole seconds, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay. Combat is how... Do we have a time frame? Combat, rounds? No? Gotcha.
I don't think there's
Okay.
really just anywhere between your standard D&D 6 to 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Shadowrun 3 to 12 seconds. Narrative time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Alright. Maybe a minute, maybe 5.
Wonderful. Keep me posted. Star blood out.
Alright. With that, I will use... Let's see, I'll use Blacksmith's turn to basically just do his movement and 2 boosts because he's a CQB fighter and can't really do anything otherwise. See, now, I think... let me just double check. What is his movement? It's probably just 12 like or forward like the rest of you guys.
Yeah, raise 4 right now.
So not enough to get all the way through this little gap, which I think he would do, but I'm not him, so I can't just give him potential 5 damage. So he's going to take the long way up and just skirt by up here. Unless you guys would advise that, you all clump up.
No.
All right. So
Absolutely not.
Please don't flump.
he's going to boost all the way up here and try to flank around the other side. With that, I do have 2 extra turns for both of these Aegises, but you are well out of range of their puny little weaponry, and they're doing their job. So I'm going to pass this back along to the rest of you guys. So, top of the new round. You don't have to stay in the same turn order, but you can.
No, I think we should, especially because Solitaire needs to get out of that shrapnel.
And not a whole lot I can do here. So movement gets me to there. And then boost will get me there. And that is still out of range. And then if I boost again, I think that is still still just out of range of anything that I can do.
All right.
Yeah. That's about all I can do this turn is just plow forward.
Yep. That is exactly the difficulty with an orbital defense grid. You have to get to it to be able to attack it. Now, where is my original? Because we're going to go back to that one, I think. There we are. Bombard number 1. You have moved into its range, so I get to roll a d6 to see if it recharges its flak shells. Let's see. It's a recharge of 6+, so even on a 5, it does not get its flak shells back. However, it does get to target you with just regular bombard shells, because you are definitely now within range. Yep. So we are going to target you as the tip of the spear here, which is an interesting roll for you, knowing the build you are moving into. Yep. But we're going to make an attack against you. Now, I will say, the bombard cannon does have a built-in +1 difficulty. That's a miss. Which it probably, I think for the most part, other weapons play a different secondary miss animation, but I don't know about this one. That is a miss, however.
I was gonna say that animation certainly didn't look like a miss.
Right.
That looked
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah.
Big ol' boom.
Big old boom. I love it though.
Let's see. Well. Yeah, see, this is the interesting thing, because it does have a burst 2. But if it misses you, I guess it just shoots past you and blows up somewhere else. I think the burst 2 is just if it actually succeeds in hitting you, it explodes. Then anything within that burst also gets hit.
Yeah, would also get hit.
Yeah. But it misses you, which is fortunate. All right. Not much else for me to do. It's a pretty static fight on my side. Who's up next?
That would be our buddy Desperado.
Yeah.
So bursts specifically don't include the space that you attack, so it would effectively explode around
Right,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're in the eye of the storm.
Oh, you know what? I need to roll for my limited uses real quick here, Jack.
Awesome.
So it's 7.
Nice. What is that for again?
That is for my prototype weapon for my engineer talent.
Nice. Got 5
Which is
uses of your prototype.
Yeah.
A rifle that uses does energy damage.
Nice. But Desperado,
Plus
I
2
believe.
uses.
I'll have that. It's dope. Yeah. I moved. Let me see if we can. Yeah, I think that's just. We're getting closer.
All right, that's 12 hexes. That's as far as you can move. I suppose so. That looks like a shorter distance. It's a big map.
Oh.
I will remind, at any time, you can overcharge and take another quick action, but it does cost you some heat.
Not yet.
Yeah, we'll
Not yet. We're almost there.
Yeah. All right, let's keep things going then. Let me draw another line from the center. Not you. Where's my Get rid of that. I need the ruler. There we are. Can I hit you again? I can. All right. Target you again. This is bombard number 2. Once again, targeting epithet here. Now, I believe because this is a super heavy weapon, it does count as a full action to fire.
Yes.
So we'll go with that. Yeah. Big weapon takes everything it has to fire. So let's go ahead and shoot you. And actually, before we do that, it's a separate entity. It also gets a d6 to see if it gets its flak back. It does not. So it's just going to shoot you with a regular bombard shell. That's another miss. All right.
Nada.
Yeah, these things are designed to take out...
baby.
To take out, actual ships, which are much bigger. You guys are proving to be a fast nuisance. All right, does that move us over to bite?
I believe it does. Nothing too terribly exciting unless I want to go running through shrapnel, which I don't technically want to do. So I'm gonna go running this way. Okay, so that's 8 that way. I'm just gonna follow Desperado. I'm gonna do that, but then I'm also, because I can, and I live and die by support, I'm gonna boost you. Boost you? Bolster you.
Bolster.
Words. Bolster. Have fun being cool. And I will be done.
All right, excellent. Yes, +2 accuracy on their next skill check or save.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bombard number 3, you are definitely out of range for. Well, not definitely. You are only just out of range. These guys can fire. So it's just gonna chill out. I can roll to see if it gets its flak back. It does not. So it's just gonna chill out and wait until it can get a lock on something it can blow up.
Vibes.
Anything somewhere between 3 and 30 seconds later from Starblood? Alright. We'll keep this moving. Try to do this as quickly as possible. And get Blade 2 Blacksmith boosting in, trying to get as close as quickly as possible. Now, these guys don't have a very far range, so they're just gonna chill out. We go back to whichever you guys want to take an action.
You mind if I go?
Go for it.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna try and get up in there. Oh, let's start with movement. So I have a smoke mine. I want to see what the range is on that.
Leave this.
Let's look at the board.
About 3, if I remember right.
Okay.
Range 5. Range 5, blast 2.
Okay. Okay. Right, the smoke grenade. I also have
You also have.
okay. Okay, so I moved 8. I can get another quick action to boost again, right?
Yep.
If I overcharge, cool. I'm gonna do that.
All right. Well, you don't need to overcharge yet because you get 2
Just gonna
quick
do
actions. But you would like to overcharge.
Okay.
Yes? No?
We'll see. We'll see. I think what I want to do more than anything. Okay, we're still good. I want to target one of those Aegis shields. So we're gonna see if we get in there enough. All right, that's 3. That's
Double
4.
check this. The defense net. Cool.
Is it 4? Okay. That's 4. All right. Am I within range? No. Dang it. Still so far away.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That is 5 though. I'm going to set a smoke mine in the path of Solitaire. So he will have soft cover.
Okay.
When he goes through it. So I want to set it. Yeah, so if I've got a range of 5, I can put it there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I change this color? I can. Let's, this is a smoke grenade. We'll make that gray. See if it shows up. There we go. Smoke grenade. Alright, that will provide soft cover until the end of Desperado's next turn. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. You were the first. I should start using our turn order now. There we go. Alright, so Desperado has went. Let me use another Bombard, then. Now, the smoke effect from that, is it anything that passes through, or is it just within that range? I believe it's all characters and objects within the range have soft cover.
Yeah.
Alright, so Bombard number 1, then, we will stick with. Let's see, is that you? You're number 2. There you are. Alright. Let's see. Can't seem to hit Epithet, but Desperado's well within range. Let's see if we can hit you. Not that I believe your stats are really any different. But first off, roll for flak. It's 4. Does not get it back.
Thank God.
Let's fire
Can you
that
imagine
bombard
the
cannon.
minefield this map would be?
That is a hit this time.
No!
You take 5 explosive damage.
It's fine.
So we see finally these bombard cannons have been shooting out missiles. And for the most part, they have been shooting and erupting in empty space, shooting out different pieces of debris, mostly from their own shells, but it looks like these are basically frag grenades in space to a massive proportion, just shooting out massive amounts of just garbage flak to scatter the area, make it difficult for you to move through. Things that are sharp and superheated that are going to do damage to your chassis as you move through. But this one, however, does manage to hit squarely. It managed to not necessarily lock on mechanically, but it correctly identifies the firing pattern needed to land a burst just in front of Desperado as it explodes, pushing you backwards in space, probably several, I don't know, meters, because distance is wibbly-wobbly in Lancer, but pushes you back, and you have to actually initiate your boosters to maintain your relative position in space and not get thrown off into the void. But your internal damage sensors do indicate that you have taken some significant damage to the exterior hull of your mech.
Heard.
Okay.
All right, that is Bombard 1. Who's next?
I believe that would be me. Okay, okay.
You mind if I go?
Actually, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Alright, so I'm going to use my move. Move up here, puts me in the smoke cloud. And then, yes, that puts this Aegis right here. That puts him in range of my sensors. So we are going to invade.
All right, excellent. Let's get a tech attack now.
Absolutely. Does he get... do I take any difficulty or anything like that from his shielding? I don't know if that applies to tech attacks or not.
Let's see. Let me double check that. That is a good question. I believe it does. Where is... Are you my Aegis? You're my Aegis. Yes, let's see. All ranged, melee, and tech attacks against the character. Yep, so you receive +2 difficulty.
Oof. I have it the opposite way of what I would expect. Okay. Alright, well, let's see here. That was a miss. So, I'll try it again with my other action.
All right.
It is a quick action, so. You're. Oh, for crying out loud. I rolled the exact same thing.
Ooh.
You know what? Fuck it. We're going to overcharge
Okay.
and try it again.
Oh yeah.
You
Hell yeah.
soup up the reactor, trying to make your mech move faster, overcharge the processing power of your integrated computer, and you take 1 heat in doing so, and unfortunately this shield is just scattering this electronic warfare barrage. You just cannot get an active lock on the Aegis system. It's just a digital haze in front of you.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
All right. Well, I tried.
All right. We head back to me. Let me get you off the initiative order there and head over to Bombard number 2, which is apparently we've used we used 2. We need Bombard number 3 up here. Which, are you in range? You are. What is the range of these guys? Normally, I would attack Blackbeard, but I did promise Andrew I wouldn't blow him up while he's not here.
One attack's not gonna
One
blow
attack's
him
not gonna
up.
blow him up. You're right, Lion. Screw that. We're targeting Blade. All right. We got you targeted. I need to bring up your specific character sheet. Roll for flak regeneration. Nope. So we are just going to target with a standard bombard cannon. You see another bay of missiles open up. That didn't explode where it was supposed to. But it did hit. Let's
I don't know how backfire works in this game. I don't think
Yeah, I was
that,
like, wait.
let's just
We're having a stormtrooper moment, you know?
shh. I'll fix this in post.
True.
That's better. But using the first hit, Blade 2 is going to take 5 damage.
No. Buddy.
Not Buddy, Blade. Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I named it Buddy is I call everything a buddy.
Yeah. Alright, who's up next?
That's a... I guess that'll be me. I think I'm the only one left.
Mhm.
Just shoot. Bang. Okay. I think all that I can do really is scooch, and I'm gonna continue to be a good support and bolster my buds if I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually use it this go round. I got you. Don't even worry about it.
Okay. No worries. Be like, hey, do the thing. I'm gonna bolster you.
Okay.
I'll be right back here. I'm squishy. I know we're all the same, but I'm squishy at heart.
Hey Jack, I sent you a message when you get a chance to look at it.
Cool. Let's see.
Alright,
There we go.
and that'll be my go of it. I don't want to get any closer. Screw that. You know? Oh no, what's happening? Lion's making faces. It's concerning.
We're scheming. Okay. Is that all you're doing? You're moving, boosting, and bolstering?
Yep.
Cool. Let's see, I just all
We're
right.
gonna call it the scooch and booch.
With that, everyone is still outside of the range for these Aegises, so they're just gonna continue keeping that shield up. It's about all they can do. So, interesting. You know what? Actually, this is my bad. So I'm gonna let you do 3 more tech attacks there, Solitaire, because you should have actually got +1 accuracy as well as +2 difficulty.
Oh.
So if you can make that tech attack actually without having to overcharge, I will refund you that 1 heat.
Okay. Let's see. So, 2 difficulty and 1 accuracy.
2 difficulty,
okay.
1. Yeah. So -2d6 plus 1d6.
Yeah.
They don't cancel out necessarily like in
Okay, so the
D&D.
first one was still a miss.
All right.
Oh, the second one was a crit, though.
There you go. So you
Not the
were
crit as much, but okay. So that is. So first off, it's an invade attack.
all right.
So that it takes 2 heat from that.
Excellent.
And then I am using the specific System Crusher ability to give it 2 more heat. So that is 4 heat total.
Ooh.
If that
Very
causes
nice.
them to exceed their heat cap, they take 4 burn.
It does not.
Okay.
All right. Yes, that is something good for me to point out for you. These actually, all 5 of these enemies are RPV, remote piloted vehicle, so they are all vulnerable to tech. Meaning they when you make a tech action, you get +1 accuracy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
All right. Now for that specific tech attack, there's not really any critical that triggers.
Yeah. No, I'm cool. Generally, tech attacks don't do much on crits. So.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. That was just because I was looking over the Aegis character sheet, which can't target any of you, so we are going to knock them out of the initiative, along with that last bombard. and bite. Throne, as far as what is going on for you and your squad, again, you are basically operational command for this assault, and it is still early in the attack, but you with the help of mostly Lich, but of course Hajiri and Hotjaw, making sure to correctly identify where is the best locations to send all of these other support units to be able to draw away attacks, try to draw away other satellites, and to try to pierce what you can here and there. Also providing cover for the dropship, which is getting away. Right now, I imagine you and all of these other mechs out in space are launching your own attacks. You're not just hanging out in the background watching things. We see in the background of our anime cinematic of what is going on here, a number of other regular GMS mechs just sort of boosting around, firing out rockets and bullets and whatnot. Lich is probably doing its own hacking of various systems. Hajiri weaving in and out, staying nearby you, Throne, in order to provide you support. Is there anything you would like to narrate? Or, again, I will ask, because at any time, you can jump on in here.
I think for now, there are just those flashes from behind this action where you occasionally will see Throne sort of zip by, and then there are just littered explosions in his wake as he goes, usually followed up closely by Hajiri, sometimes Hotjaw, as there's that sort of cross pattern as they cut around, and you'll just see more of that. I think there is, in a moment or after a moment or two, another sort of blip in on Desperado's comms, and you hear Uhura update, and then more explosions.
There's a growl because he's just got rocked. We're within range. Should be handled no more than a minute more.
You told me a minute last time. I'm holding you to it this time, or
It wasn't a minute. It's been 30 seconds.
then it should only be 30 more.
I said a minute to 5. Click.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will
that's
turn it back on,
for
but I'm
now.
focused for the time being. Get the fuck out of my ear.
All right. With that, I'll throw it back to the rest of the group to start off our next round.
Okay, I'm heated. So I need to, I'm gonna go first if that's I'm tired of having this asshole in my asking me what's going on. So I think I can get in hell yeah. Wait, hold on. I don't remember. Is that... I want to see if the mine is just until end of turn or if it lasts.
The mine is until the end
Okay.
of your next turn. So this turn.
Okay, so
It will,
this
yeah,
turn.
it will
Got
dissipate
got
at the
got
end
it.
of this turn.
Okay, so then I'm not going to worry about it. Here, then we're going to go here. Because that gets me in there. All right, then we are going to... We're going to do the mine again. Yeah, we'll do the mine again. Hello? Okay, and then I think I'm going to shoot the Aegis.
All right. Yeah, so you can click on that select targets button, target the Aegis, and then fire. Now you will have +2 difficulty on this attack because you are shooting through the shield.
Sure. But that's fine because I've bolstered.
All right.
Okay, burst 3 area. Cool. All right. Using the smoke mine to give us more cover. And through the shield. Let's do this. All right, and this is my main. Ugh. Sorry, we're gonna get.
Yeah, we'll get there as we get more used to the system and the software. Did you drop a smoke mine?
And yeah.
Okay, cool. Where did you put that?
So I pushed the button to do so.
Right, but where did you put that? So I can mark it on the map.
Put it basically in front of me. Not in front of me, like I put it ahead of me to where I ended up. So that I have the
like that?
Yeah. Cool. Perfection. All right. Okay, so
now let me ask, do you specifically want to use a mine or a grenade? Because the mine won't go off until somebody new moves into its I believe into its hex.
Yeah. I believe grenade is what you're...
No. Okay, so I want to do it this way. I'm moving. I want to throw it out. I want to throw it out ahead of me. That way, I come into it.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. But say it's hex. It's blast 3 rather than blast 2.
I see.
So I want to go with the yes. So I want to give us
usually
more
you
ground
drop
to
it
cover.
In your space.
Right.
Yeah, I see.
Right.
Now
so
I will.
I'm just throwing it ahead of me. So
I will let this go for now because it's cool and I don't know otherwise. But I will be checking if you count as an allied character because I'm not sure if you can trigger your own mines just for specifically making them different from grenades. But I'm not going to spend the time to look it up.
Okay. Cool. Then I'm gonna shoot the agent.
All right.
Since I have my active, I also get +1. So we're gonna roll now. We're gonna hope that things go good.
All right. So you have +1 from accurate, or sorry, you cut out there. I'm having to read the captions. Your core power is giving you +1 accuracy, right? And then bolster is giving you another +2 accuracy.
Right.
Cool. So you're rolling with +3d6 and -2d6.
Generally,
right. It's not liking. What's up?
No, go. It's fine.
No.
I was just being a rules guy.
I need to make sure because it's not liking what I did. Got.
Okay, so
No, it's fine.
Okay, as long as it's working.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we're experiencing lag, so we keep missing each other. So generally with a mine, it doesn't arm until the end of your turn. So you drop it, and then it arms when your turn is over, and then the next time it would be triggered is when it would go off.
Okay, that's fine. No. Okay.
So I'll ask then, would you rather drop a grenade or move the mine into a different position?
Sure. Yeah. I'll move a grenade, that's fine.
Alright, so we will just get rid of this, and I'll drop a size 2 with you still in range. There we go.
I don't like it. Okay. It's not in that combination of dice rolls. So we're going to try that again. Okay, we're accurate, and then +2.
Damn.
All
Okay.
right.
Blood.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure
I don't know
that
if I,
rolled
I
correctly.
don't know if I did it right.
Yeah, I don't think that rolled correctly.
Okay.
So let me. You're using your prototype weapon. So if we click on, let me just give that use back so I can actually look at this.
So the he rolled a
you.
19 on the just D20 for that attack.
Yeah, but he has -2d6 and +3d6. Yeah.
Yep, I see. Oh, right. Okay.
So you can click accurate, because that is you can click accurate, and then you can go to the bottom of that column under other sources and hit the plus sign twice for the +2 you get from bolster. And then just next to it, you can hit the plus sign 3 times to give you or 2 times to give you the +2 difficulty from the Aegis shield.
Okay.
Do they cancel each other
Yeah, I
out?
think it clears out. It looks like they cancel out.
Okay.
They do. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. My mistake. I didn't think they canceled each other out. Cool. I suppose that makes things easier. Did that roll correctly? That still did not roll correctly then the last time, because this is correct. You had a net of +1d6. All right. So that is a 14 against the Aegis. Bring you up. We'll get there eventually, guys. Against their evasion, which you definitely hit. So you do.
Oh yeah.
For what kind of damage are you doing? Because that is something I believe you can customize with your prototype weapon.
Hell yeah. I don't know. I think this was something that he was going to work on, or I was going to work on, and we hadn't gotten to yet. That was on me. So, what are my options?
You
can I
can either
do?
do energy damage, kinetic damage, or explosive damage. Basically, you can change it anytime you do a full repair.
Okay. I like explosive.
Okay, that is 4 explosive damage on the Orbital Defense Aegis. Excellent. Which is the same one that took heat earlier. All right. Sweet. And actually, with now that we are closer together, let me zoom the map in for the audience here. Further out so we can still get that last bombard in. All right. So you can see, both cast and audience, that all of these tokens have, if you click on them, you can see their heat build up on their right side and their damage taken at the bottom of their token. You guys might be able to see that. I don't know if you can see that. That might be a GM thing. But at least the audience can. You guys wouldn't know what
players can't see.
I think you can see your own tokens.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because you don't have
can't see anyone
permission to
else's.
see. Yeah, which you wouldn't know anyway. Cool. All right, that is the end of your turn then. Right. So I can get rid of this smoke grenade that is going to dissipate into the void of space. All of this boosting around and just the natural solar winds, which are actually strong enough to move gases, which is essentially a smoke grenade, is just going to disperse this pattern to a point that it is no longer providing sufficient cover. With that was Desperado. All right. We are going to then, yeah, we'll stick with the order I had and go with this bombard here. Bombard number 1. If I can use the correct selection tool. And, well, Epithet is no longer in smoke. So we're going to target you. These are RPVs. They're not being piloted. So I'm going to say they're dog-brained right now. They're dog-brained. No, I'll be nice and attack Desperado. All right. So that is providing soft cover, correct?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Let me roll for flak. Does not get that back, so it is just going to fire its bombard cannon with soft cover. There we go. Roll that. That is still a hit. Wow. What did that roll? Oh, that was a natural 20. That was a natural 20.
No.
Fortunately, with the negatives, it puts it underneath the critical range. So you don't take critical damage, but you do take an extra 5 explosive damage in Desperado. If you can mark that on your sheet. And fortunately, Epithet was just outside that blast range and was not caught in the shockwave. Alright, I know we're hitting 11 o'clock here. We started late. Are we good to finish the round, guys?
Yeah.
I'm good
All right.
to go.
Let's finish the round, and then we can discuss how we are going to move forward. Not Epithet. Epithet gets... What am I doing? I'm just going to restart this over. Desperado went, and Bombard... Not you, come on. Which is... this one. Went. Awesome. Cool. Who would like to go next?
I can.
All right.
Good with that.
Epithet.
We're going to move this way. We are going to make another tech attack against this Aegis up here.
Excellent.
Same one. So that is accuracy. Do that. Come on. Bam.
Did you account the two?
Yep.
The two difficulty. Awesome.
Yep.
Excellent. All right. So what happens there? Another 4 heat.
Okay, so this as an evade attack, he automatically takes 2 heat,
All right.
and we're going to do balance control lockout,
Hmm.
which means
Oh,
I get to
yeah.
move him in two spaces in any direction.
Interesting. Where would you like to move him?
So
Go ahead and ping that.
I think he's going to go straight up.
How about here?
Yeah, that'll work.
All right.
Now looking at that, I would think that orbital bombardment platform is now outside of the shield range.
I'm gonna say yes. I'm
Sweet.
gonna say you're correct.
Then we are going to skirmish
Nice.
with my prototype weapon.
That is a nice way to
As-
deal with an Aegis shield. Just move it out of the
barrel
way.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. The barrel that is generally pointing straight up over his shoulder slides forward into place, and that EVA system kicks in to like balance out the recoil. And we are going to fire. If I can, oop, there we go. We are going to fire it at homie here. Let's see, no difficulty, no accuracy, nothing, none of that going on right now. So
Yeah, on the Aegis you just exposed, I don't believe you have
yep.
What sort
there
of
shouldn't
what
be
sort
any
of damage are you dealing?
This deals energy damage.
Cool. Not that would matter, but yeah, I mean you would get the +1 accuracy for tech attacks, but not for
So that looks like
Okay.
a hit for 6 energy damage.
Excellent. 6 energy damage. Sweet. So we see that. What did you describe it again? As again?
So normally it sits up over. It's shoulder mounted. Normally it's just a barrel that pokes up over there. When he goes to activate it, it kicks forward on like a gimbal, and it's just a long, like vented barrel. And just before it fires, you see arcs of energy coming around those vents and up. It's just like this bright pink looking arcs of energy, and then it just zips out in a bolt.
Awesome. Why is the top one glowing?
I don't know.
Was it not supposed to be on fire?
I think that's the over it. Nope. I don't know.
Is it overheating? Did it get too much burn?
It didn't get any. It was the one down here that's like heat. It was the bottom one.
Should be that one.
Weird.
Yeah, they might be. They are linked to the same character sheet actually, so it might have applied to the topmost one. I don't know. Not sure.
Okay.
But that is probably it, because above 50% heat capacity, you go into overheat or something like that. Which the bottom one
danger zone.
actually is the danger zone. That's what it's called. Gotta remember your Top Gear. Top Gun, Top Gear, something else. Let's see. So let's actually duplicate that, and we will.
Do you want memes, Haley? Because that's how you get memes.
Yes,
Back
always.
to the copy update.
Oh my goodness, Q really was prepared.
The fact that
Can we
you
make
just
that
had
an
those sitting
emoji?
right there.
I know, right?
Oh, I keep that thing on me.
I'll get this fixed for next time.
Incredible.
All right.
Sure.
Cool. Is that what you have then, Solitaire?
That's all I got.
All right. Now let me.
Actually, you know what? I take that back, Jack. Can I take that back?
Of course.
I would actually like to overcharge and skirmish with a different weapon mount.
All right. Now this is the second time you've overcharged since.
You said the first one didn't count.
That first one didn't count. You're right. You're good keeping me honest. So this time you will take that 1 heat damage.
Yeah. So this is going to come from my main ox weapon mount, so I get to attack with both my assault rifle and my Nexus.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And this on the
Incredible.
bombard again.
Yep.
Excellent.
So assault rifle. This does have reliable 2, so even if it misses, it takes 2 damage.
Excellent.
2 damage, period. Okay.
All right. 2 damage to that bombard.
And that's just your pretty standard. That's just an assault rifle. It
All
goes
right.
pew pew pew. Mounted right, like almost like an underslung, like an M203 grenade launcher or something, is like a canister that opens up and basically releases a bunch of guided flechettes.
Nice.
And that is the Nexus.
Very cool.
I also have this. It's very good.
Nice.
That misses.
Now,
They have better E defense than they do regular defense.
now actually, I believe. Well, let me double check the wording here. Do smart weapons target E defense, but they don't count as as tech attacks.
Right, but they correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that is specifically tech actions. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's all I got then.
Okay. We'll mark you out of the initiative. And let's then. Yeah, we're gonna go back to this Aegis, who is going to use its movement to get back into position. But you got a nice chunk of damage off of that while you could. And it too is going to target Desperado here with its light laser gun. Not a very intimidating weapon. Let's pull this out. And you do still have that soft cover, so I can check that. Otherwise, it is a straight attack. Why is my... Oh, because I keep... There's a different... I have to use the select target key, hit Desperado, change to the select token key, go back to the Aegis, and then fire. So I'm not firing on myself. But that attack did hit. Desperado, you take 3 energy damage and 2 heat damage, it looks like. Or burn damage, I should say. It's not heat, it's burn.
It's burn.
So burn is interesting because it rolls over to the next turn. You continue burning until the end of the next turn. So you're going to take that 2 damage right now, and that at the next turn you will also be taking 2 heat damage, if I am remembering my burn rules correctly. Does it happen at the beginning or the end? Because I know there's a way to basically stop, drop, and roll.
Yeah, you can. What's it called? Stabilize.
Yeah.
So it was 3 and 2, like 5 altogether, or it's just
Correct.
3 and also I take 2. Okay, and then 2 every turn.
I believe it only lasts for it only accumulates for a single turn as long as you don't take any further sources of burn. But I am currently scouring my PDF to make sure that is the case, because there are a lot of combat rules in Lancer. I will get there eventually, I promise.
Can't hear you.
Why is burn not in the index?
Yes.
So the burn is reoccurring. If you don't stabilize, then you don't clear the burn, I believe.
Oh, it just keeps going until you stabilize. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Now,
An NPC check will clear it.
At the end of your turn, you can make an engineering check to clear it.
okay. Real quick. So the 3 damage did 1 over my HP.
Excellent. We got our first structural damage.
No.
All right. I actually have this printed out.
Awesome.
So,
Very excited.
You know, what we always say is the first structure's free.
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. All right. So, yeah. Players have 4 structure, unlike the majority of NPCs, which only have 1 structure. Structure is basically the number of health bars you have. So for most NPCs, you do their full health bar, they lose that 1 structure, they explode. You guys, however, have essentially 4 health bars because you have 4 structure. Let's see, structural damage. When a mech is reduced to 0 HP and takes structure damage, the player makes a structure damage check. So I need you to roll me. What is this here? D6? Yeah. To make a structure...
There's actually a macro for it built into the character sheet.
Ooh, is there? Nice.
Yeah. It just says structure, and it's got looks like a shield that's cracked.
Nice.
Oh, hold on. There we go.
On the main mech stats page. Tab,
You
I
got
should say.
this.
I love that that's built in.
Ooh, system trauma.
Oh no.
All right. So, parts of your mech are torn off by the damage. I need you now to roll another d6 to see what goes flying off into the void. Or I believe there is an or. Is there an or here?
If you have custom paint job,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can pop that.
Sure. I'll pop custom paint job.
All right, go ahead and mark that off. I believe you can mark that off on your character sheet.
well, so roll a
I have to
d6.
roll.
Ah.
I have to roll. Yep.
Yep. You have to hit a 6.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's not automatic. You gotta hit a 6, which is still better than just taking this.
No.
All right.
Worth the try. Worth the try.
So that means the custom paint job does not trigger, so you still need to roll for the system trauma.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
spent
Yeah.
it, and then you're still doing the trauma.
Yeah. So you
With
need
resolution.
another
Okay.
d6.
Okay. Oh, no. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
A 6. All right. On a 4 to 6, a system of your choice is destroyed.
Okay.
Systems without charges are not valid, but I don't think you've used all of your smoke.
I have not. So smoke it is.
All right. You can mark that as destroyed.
Unfortunate.
Oh, he on fire.
Okay. All right. So now, do I like go back to 12 HP?
Yes.
Just do that again.
Yep. Now you can, where is that? You can head back to your main stats page. Yeah, you knock structure down, just as you did. Structure down 3, HP back up to 12.
Sweet. Okay.
And,
Not bad,
hey,
not
I'm
bad.
on
You're
fire.
fine.
Yeah, that is...
You are.
Just
So at
because
the
you're
end
on
of,
fire.
yeah, at the end of every turn, you'll get to do an engineering check. With it's a check, not a save. If you hit 10,
Okay.
then you get rid of the burn. If you fail, then you take it and it stays.
Excellent.
Okay. That's fine.
And if you take more, it compiles,
Mm-hmm. Builds.
which is not
All right, so it triggers at the
That
end of their
fun.
turn.
But
Good
Yeah.
to know. All right, I believe that was all resultant from this Aegis attacking. Knock you off the turn order.
Jesus.
All right, who's next?
Who's next?
That you, right?
Me? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
you.
Yeah.
You're the only one left.
Shit.
You
It's not good,
Shit.
buddy.
Y'all got this. Team 1, yay,
For
you
sure.
guys.
For sure. Yay, us. Okay, so my buddy is the one that's a little pile of kindling over there. I guess I will just scooch my booch in that direction. Yeah, I'm gonna spend 8 movement, and then I'm gonna do what I've been doing, because there's not a whole lot else I can do at the moment, because I keep being out of range. And I'm just gonna bolster solitaire.
You are
Wait,
in
no.
range of the
Wait, you're right.
of either of those for tech attack.
Yeah,
That's
15
true, wait.
sensors.
15. I forgot it's 15. I thought it was 10.
That's 10 for a
Um,
regular, 15 for a Chummalungma.
Nice.
I will remind you,
Okay.
anything within the shield does get, everything in the shield gets +2 difficulty, but all of these are RPVs, so they get +1 accuracy for tech attacks, which cancels out to
Okay.
a net -1 d6.
Okay. Then I think I'm going to. I guess I'm going to invade.
All right,
Yeah.
go
Let's
ahead.
do that.
Who are you targeting?
I'm gonna target, I guess, this shieldy boy.
The,
That guy, I guess.
All right, the Aegis here.
Yeah.
Go ahead and ping the target reticule on him and hit your tech attack.
How do I do that? I'll be so honest.
Oh.
I don't know what. Wait.
On your
So select
top left of your
targets.
screen there, there's like, it looks like a little bullseye thing.
I think I got it. Okay.
So you just click that
Yeah,
bullseye and then
bullseye.
click on your target.
Him. Okay, sweet. Now I can just find wherever it does the invade thing. Where do I do it?
Mhm. Oh.
That is, you can, it's tech attack. So on your main / your mech stats page, the first tab, you can
Mhm.
roll the die under tech attack.
Okay, so under mech stats, it's in. I'm so sorry.
Third
Fine.
column to the right, and then 2 down, 3 down.
Everyone's learning, no big deal.
Yeah, we're all getting there.
My actions won't pop up options. So I'm on mech stats. I'm under actions. I click full action. Nothing's popping up.
Oh yeah.
No,
Don't
no.
worry about that. So on your main page where it says mech stats, where it's got your HP, heat, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You see where it says tech attack?
Oh,
See the
yes.
D20 icon?
Perfect.
Click on that.
Okay, there we go. And so now what am I doing? I'm doing accurate, but what was the other thing?
Well, it's not accurate specifically, so this would be other sources. So the underneath
Okay.
accuracy under other sources, you can hit that +1 to give you +1 accuracy. Then the next tab over, which is difficulty, you hit that 2 times to give yourself 2 difficulty, and then
Gotcha.
the system will cancel those out.
And now I rolled it. Okay. Did something.
It did. Unfortunately, that is a miss. It did roll
Miss.
correctly, but it is a miss.
Good. Okay. I've effectively rolled, which is a success for Haley. Sucks to be Shiv.
Did you use? Did you boost to get extra movement? Is this your second quick action?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So you have the option to take a burn to try again, or we could just keep going.
I think I'm just gonna keep going.
All right. Yeah, just so we can start wrapping this up. All right. With that, I will take this last bombard up here. Did I miss Blade at some point? I might have missed Blade at some point.
You do.
Yeah, a lot going on. So we'll just move him up. He's a CQB. He wasn't gonna get in range of anything anyway. Was he? I don't know. Feel bad.
No, he still couldn't quite get in range, I don't think.
All right, cool. Yeah, he's got a lot of real short range stuff. Yeah, he has a missile launcher. I'll go ahead and make a.
Some of us techies will get him like something to make him faster.
Right.
To get him into range.
So actually, he does get a hit on that guy. We're calling this last turn. That's with his missile launcher, so it is now unloaded, but it does 1d3 plus 1 explosive damage. That is 3 on this guy here. It takes 3 damage. Excellent. But that is not his turn for this round. It is this guy's turn. The bombard, who is going to shoot him back with... And I can roll for the flak once again, which I may have also been forgetting on some of these guys, but it's probably best that I did, because it's a lot more nonsense to keep track of. So it does not get its flak back. Instead, it is going to open yet another container of missiles and start shooting out another bombard barrage. I don't believe Blade gets any fancy bonuses, so we're just gonna... Alright, that's 5 damage on Blade once more. Alright. We can see the outer hull here is starting to chip away on Blade 2 as well. Not structural damage just yet. He's getting chipped away. Alright. Let me just go ahead and take that once again, and he's gonna boost through. Actually, we're gonna handle this. I'm gonna wait, since we're just at the end. He might have something to do next turn. We will handle it narratively, because things also get difficult when you're inside of the shield. They're difficult outside of the shield and they're difficult inside of the shield, because Aegises are ridiculous, I am finding. So
They're a problem. Yep.
They are a problem.
They are a problem.
As we continue with the series, I will understand how to better refine combat to make sure it is both balanced and narratively paced appropriately.
Seems balanced.
I think it's balanced. I don't know about narratively paced appropriately, but it's balanced. Yeah. We could be here for a while. But, Lion, let me ask. What are you doing?
I have a question.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, since we're going to wrap up here, I'm not terribly worried about this last Aegis ship anyway. If you would like to come in right now and do something, you can, or we can have a quick discussion about how we want to handle these. We could, if we want to. You have the option of, as a group, deciding to order your support teams to focus fire here, allowing you guys to push through, but that may have detriments. Well, to all the red shirts, you said, take the fire while we go in. Or we can pick this up next week and try to burst these guys down.
I think if I may, I have a question to ask.
Yeah.
Real quick. Running support and essentially taking point on where people are being sent. Do I have access to the current status of the Lancers?
Yeah,
Like,
generally.
can I tell
yeah.
the basic damage on?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Then there is something I think. So at this point, I think what happens is, Desperado, you will hear your comm sort of flicker to life again, and then you will hear your favorite voice go, 3 o'clock, and then you see small white, what look almost like drones come flying in from your side, and as they start to spread across your front, there's a projected shield that covers you. I'd like to use my protocol.
Type 3 projected?
Yes. Yeah, my type 3 projected. So I can pick a character in line of sight. All ranged and melee attacks against me or them gain +2 difficulty until the start of my next turn.
Nice.
So I'm gonna do that. And then oh, that's the wrong thing. Let's do this so we can move here. Nope, come on, bud. Oh, he's giving me trouble. Give me a sec. There we go. Right? Nope, still no? I cannot move him for some reason.
You can't move Starblood?
No.
Let me check that. Real quick.
When I go to selected, it says this token references an actor who no longer exists
Yes.
in this world.
I
have ceased
should-
to exist.
I should, you should be linked now. Give that a try.
Okay, yeah, I give him a shield and then I just fade out of reality. Okay, cool. So I'm
Damn
gonna,
paracausal nonsense.
right?
Lion is a paracausal entity.
Well, that's a whole different conversation. It gets complicated at that point. Then what I'd like to do, go here, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm gonna use my I always forget what it is. My initiative. So once per scene, I can take a quick action as a free action. I'm gonna do that to boost to come in 4, and then. I'm gonna go into the shield. The second boost.
All right.
Actually, I'm gonna do it down.
Finally punctured the defense net. Characters within the affected. No, that's not it. Where is it? It just says all ranged and. Oh no. Allies within get some boosts. That's what it is. You guys don't get any extra. Yeah, once you pierce the shield, you're in a much better position.
Ooh.
Sorry, continue.
Okay.
Are you
So,
I thought.
Alright, are my eyes going cross-eyed here?
I might be remembering something different.
Allied characters within the
Oh,
affected
that's it.
area also gain immunity to impaired and slow, and these conditions cannot and remove these conditions when they enter the area. But that is allies of the person using the defense net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's an optional ability Aegis carriers have that
I believe that is the case. Yeah.
is not being used on here. That I was thinking that would be negative towards Port Havoc.
Yeah.
Let me check one thing real quick.
So Throne boosts in after throwing up a shield in front of our now flaming Desperado pieces flying off.
And then as he just cuts through into the shielded area, I'm going to do a barrage.
Nice.
So I'm going to fire my stub cannon at the Aegis.
All right, so this stub cannon is not GMS standard equipment. Paint me a picture with this.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Surprise!
You son of a bitch.
So, Throne comes shooting in, cutting past the shield that he had put up, while his own smaller one sort of rotates around him in this triangular pattern. He cuts through into the shield, and then as he comes to a stop, the center of his own personal sort of shield array opens a circle in the center, and you see from under the scarf, you see part of the chest sort of crack open and spread back, revealing a cannon, which then fires off.
It's good to be Prince.
It's good to be the Prince.
Silver spoon mofo.
Ooh, I want to see the stub cannon action. There you go. Nice.
Hey, so that hits. I get to knock it back 1 square, so I'm going to do that.
All right. Push that back.
Can I knock it back upwards? So, like,
Sure.
back and up 1? Yeah. Does that clear part of the missile system from the shield?
No, it is. Its base 3 is still entirely within the shield.
Okay, cool.
But that does 3 damage.
Yes.
All right.
And then quickly he whips out the pistol that is like magnetically holstered on his side and sort of like spins it, and then is gonna fire off like a revolver.
Nice.
At the same target.
If this all happened within like a 3-second animation, this would be such a cool anime moment.
Yes.
Boost in out of nowhere. Shield. Penetrate through a shield. Surprise stub cannon. Quick draw.
Quick draw fires, and he as he like cuts through, he's like the whole frame of Throne is spinning forward almost like a drill, and that's when it cuts to the side. It fires off the stub cannon, whips it out, fires off. That's 2 damage, and that is where I am done. And then you all hear over your comms, "You were taking too long. Let's get this done."
All right, and I think
Stop
that
talking, start doing, pretty boy.
that's where we're going to fade out for this episode. And the cast and I will have a conversation about what we want to do with the rest of this combat, whether we want to pick it up where we left off next week, whether we want to, work something out narratively, or if they want to pierce through. 3 bombards and 2 Aegises. Well, see, the problem was the Aegises got off their shields before the combat even started, so that may have added a little bit more time. And the map may be a little bit bigger than I needed it to be, but it's a learning experience. This is my first time playing Lancer.
This is a big map.
Yeah, this is what being a GM is. You have to learn the game as you go. I wanted it to. This is kind of after show talk, but I'll give it to you guys because I feel like I have to defend myself right now. I wanted it to feel like. I wanted it to feel like you are being dropped into an area that was under fire and not yet in a position to actively return fire. If this was an anime, it would have been like a 10-second clip of you guys boosting forward with explosions going off here, all over the place. Unfortunately, when you account for 5 people with agency, and a dozen different character sheets, that 30-second animation takes about 2 hours. So that's what I was going for. Didn't necessarily work out in practice. But I think this was cool. It was a nice learning experience for everybody involved. And we will get better going forward. I will take this and revise. But with Starblood boosting in with that incredible both defense and offense, we will fade out and we will pick up next week with the continuation of the rescue and recovery of Dressbowl 1. Alright, so, thank you, first of all, Cass, for hanging out for an extra half hour and counting. We had a lot of tech difficulties, and took longer to wrap this up than I expected. Thank you guys who are still here watching for hanging out late. I know it's late on a Sunday, so thank you for hanging out. Let's wrap this up with throwing it back to you guys. Feel free to talk yourselves up. Let us know, well, Sean, you're first. Who are you? What are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Sean. You can find me on Blue Sky at Rise. It's R-I-Z-E. As far as what's going on, a whole lot lately. I've got some stuff coming up with Singularity RPG and with Nerds with Dice. Looking forward to both of those. Singularity that's actually going to be on the 29th of April is the next thing we're doing there. That's our next installation of Heart of Darkness, which is an alien RPG game. Super fun. We are not going to survive. No one is going to survive.
No one does.
Alien RPG is not a game you are intended to survive.
No, I am playing an android psychologist who has somehow now gained emotions and various other things and has no idea what to do with those. So
Nice.
Tends to giggle and cry at inappropriate moments. And no one else knows what's going on with her either. So super fun there. On Nerds with Dice, starting May, I believe, is when we're starting back. Is actually going to be season 2 of our Ironsworn game, The Valley, which is a super interesting, very fun system. If you've never played it, it's very narrative. It's got a lot of a lot of character agency and narration in there that comes up with a very cool system. So I'm looking forward to both of those. That's what I've got going on right now that I know of. So thought to Haley.
Hey, howdy, hi. I'm Haley. But yeah, no, I am a main cast member of Another Bad Side Quest. You can find us at Another BS Quest on Twitter. Yes, we are very proud of that handle, by the way. It's fantastic. But we are rolling in with our second campaign coming in here soon. We're hoping to release our character session zeros very soon, where you get to see individual looks into each one of the characters for about half an hour apiece. That's very exciting. And we also did an absolutely batshit insane playtest of Critical Role's Daggerheart, which will be sent out here real soon. My friends absolutely lost their shit. It's great. We have a screaming mushroom. Mostly all I remember is the screaming mushroom, I'll be really honest. I overheard it because it was my roommate playing. But we have that coming out very soon, and yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Excellent. Q, I believe you are next. What do you got going on?
In me turn. I have things. Line, if you put your hands up, or don't. Put your fingers up. I'm gonna fight. All right. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So, alternating Tuesdays. This Tuesday coming up is going to be, they call over on Entropy Emporium. It is a masked game. It is a Thursday. I will be on Live from the Apocalypse doing Dacted, which is a psychological powered by the Apocalypse system. Made
cutting out a
good.
lot.
Yeah.
Fuck off. I can't help it. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyway, all right. Redacted on Thursdays. Lips. Saturday, once again, live from That is where they're moving Class Reunion. So that's their D&D Isekai game. And then April 9th is the start of Nephilim, which is going to be a Rust Hulks game. It's going to be set in space. It's gonna be a good time playing Castle Star Runner Space. Of course, I'm going to be here, and I've got other projects in the works. Oh, Season of Secrets and Shadows. Table 2 is going to be starting in weeks. Table 1 time.
Table 1 started on Friday, right? Because you couldn't have that.
It will started on Saturday.
Saturday, I'm sorry.
I don't know why I'm cutting up. It started Saturday, but we did have a YouTube viewing of
A finger poking. It's fine. We get it.
That's all we got.
It was an interlude. What are you doing with your life?
It's actually a pretty good description of what it was.
Anyway, I'm done.
We'll have to figure out where these tech gremlins are and get that fixed up. All right, not skipping you this time, Lion.
Aha. All right, well, you know what? We're close enough to midnight. I had an announcement for tomorrow. I'm just going to throw it out now. Hi, moving forward, I'm Drake Lionheart. Most people will casually be calling me Lion, which I do appreciate. You can find me at the Lion Knight 42 on Twitter or at Tales from the Table Studios across all socials, because I'm the creative director and founder for Tales from the Table Studios, where today we wrapped up our month of Tales, raising money with Project Hope for Gaza. We made a grand total of $1,217, and boy, do we feel good about that. We're going to be taking a little bit of time to breathe, but also I'm lying. I just had to say that because otherwise people will yell at me, Q included. Tomorrow we're going to have another announcement and something really exciting coming right away, because of course we are. I can't stop doing things. So stick around, check that out. You'll see our socials tomorrow if you want to get in on whatever this might be. You can also check out our Discord. The link is over in our Twitter and everything else handles. Go check that out. We've got a great community of wonderful people, including, our wonderful DM for tonight. GM for tonight. I've just been doing so many games, my mind is mush. But yeah, so that's exciting. We've got things come through. Say hi. We're also going to have some other cool announcements in the next coming weeks, which I'm very much looking forward to. Yeah, but for now, it's just the one thing where I'm going to get yelled at by people like you. So that's me.
Excellent. Yes, congrats on a very successful charity event for a very important cause. And if I'm going to hold you to it, some point in the next few episodes, you got to show off your new haircut, or at least your new buzz.
I'm sorry. All right. Yes. I forgot to mention that part. So, because we broke $1,000, two things are happening. Johnny Rose, who you can find on It's Johnny Rose, is going to be getting a wonderful tramp stamp that says peace and love. And I will be getting the logo for Tales from the Table Studios shaved into the side of my head. Right now, it looks like it's probably going to happen at the end of next month, because that's when I was able to get the appointment. But I will keep everyone updated, and as soon as it happens, we will have pictures everywhere, because I'm sure everyone will want to see it, and I'm more than happy.
Oh yeah,
love it.
Yes, we do.
And I'm sure it's going to be terrible. Let's go.
Yeah, gotta commend that level of commitment. Love it. All right, and I will give a shout out to Andrew here, who is not here tonight. Do go check out That Gamer Ajax. He has all kinds of great stuff. Does great game reviews. He just did one about Dagger Heart as well. So go check that out. It covers all kinds of great stuff. Really into the TTRPG space and has a lot of wonderful insights. I will also say, hello, I'm Jack. I've been your GM for the night, slowly trudging through how to handle Lancer combat. Things I have coming up, let's see. Honestly, I don't know what our schedule is looking like for Tales of the Void, because we're every other week, but we've had some cancellation, so it might be this Tuesday at 8 p.m. ET, or it might be next Tuesday. check out the Veil of the Void or my own social medias for when next we go live for that fun adventure, because we are basically on a large giant caterpillar spaceship with a number of different worlds sort of TARDISed into different sections, and I'm staging a revolt. That's going to be fun. Yep. I am
that for you.
I have turned this this Monster of the Week style game into a civilization builder. All right, what else do I have going on? This Wednesday, I am returning with another episode of Whip Workshop, Work in Progress Workshop. It's been a while, so I am very glad to be getting back to it. We're going to be looking at Substratum Protocol, which you've probably seen all over the Twitters and social media. It has excellent artwork. I still need to look at it a bit more, and we're going to be talking with the creator of that. It's one of those deep sea survival exploration sort of games. Kind of, what is that movie where they go to Neptune and there's alien monsters, sea monsters under the ice, that sort of stuff. So we're going to be having a conversation about that awesome game, which I believe is solo friendly. But don't hold me to that. We're going to be talking with the GM, the creator of that, on Wednesday at 7 p.m. right here on RPGs Uncovered. And then, of course, I will be back on Thursday for our Baldur's Gate 3 4-person playing it like a module. Let's actually play series. It's real fun. Got a great crew over there, and really interesting to see how that game progresses when you don't have any of the companions and you make up a ridiculous amount of your own personal side stories. So do go check that out. And of course, you can find all of the previous episodes of this show, of Whip Workshop, of From Behind These Eyes, which is the Baldur's Gate show, and all previous seasons of RPGs Uncovered, where I help explore and teach new indie games over on the YouTube channel, which you may be watching right now because we're multicasting to YouTube. So hello, YouTube. Either now or in the future, because time is wibbly wobbly. At least I'm not on a spaceship traveling 0.995 the speed of light. I think that is the only
That's
stuff.
some shade.
I think that's the only stuff I have going on. Let me also shout out, I believe I have a Nightbot command for this. Do I have Zach in here? Yes, that link is broken as well. You know how links work. Go check out Zach's scheduled for launch. He does the opening the opening intro credits music for this. He's working on a number of other tracks. Right now I'm using other music just taken from spaces, about all of which is attributed correctly in our outro credits and free to use. But do take a look at those names. Excellent artists for a lot of the backgrounds that we use, and excellent musicians and composers, or whatever you call digital music makers, contributing to the production value of this. So go stick around and give our outro credits a check. And I also want to give another shout out to our sponsor, Veil of the Void, and read this little blurb, one of many that I've created for this, because Veil of the Void, personal friend with the creator after becoming a professional friend with the creator. Wonderful game that I can definitely attest to myself, and have attested to long before they started providing us a little bit of funding for this show. So this is not shilling. This is heartfelt support for this game. And if you have some nerdy crafts or TTRPGs that you would like to get the word out for, do let me know. I'd love to get more sponsors, whatever that means, whatever we can work out. I'd love to get your advertising out here if you do indie TTRPG content, whatever that may be. But the Starcrier Conflict is brought to you in part by Veil of the Void Reforged. Veil of the Void Reforged is a science fantasy indie TTRPG featuring robust character creation, cinematic gameplay, and a multitude of GM storytelling tools. Learn more and pick up your own copy of Veil of the Void Reforged today by visiting sdgcreatives.com. And you can use coupon code RPG at checkout for 10% off your order. Go grab that book. It is beautiful. The artwork is amazing, and it now ships worldwide for I don't know if it's flat, but for a very reasonable rate. And it is a beautiful book, and I will say the paper is so nice you're gonna want to rub your face on it. It's a beautiful, wonderful book and a beautiful, wonderful game. So go check that out. So thank you, Trevor and Veil of the Void, for supplying us with a little bit of funding to increase the production value of this show that we're putting together. I think I've kept everybody long enough with my blathering. Thank you for sticking around so much later, and we will be back next week for the continuation of the Starcrier Conflict. As always, everybody stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, keep having fun, keep checking back here at RPGs Uncovered for all your indie TTRPG content and more Starcrier stuff. And go check out our Ko-Fi if you would like to support the show and get after shows and character dossiers and whatever other cool behind-the-scenes content I can think of throwing out there for your awesome support. Thanks for watching, everybody. Happy time zone and good night.